now. So as I said, my name is Sharon Rice. I am the program manager for for PCA, and we are hosting today some folks from University of Oklahoma. I'm just going to do some quick housekeeping, and then I will pass it over to our Associate Director, Vicki Melvin. We will be utilizing some breakout rooms and other things throughout the session. So we're hoping that folks can keep their cameras on so we can keep this training interactive. There, you will be given the documents from the training today in through the chat window, and then also those can be emailed out to you as well later on. At the end of the training, you will be receiving a survey as well as a certificate for today. So I hope you all really enjoy the session today. It sounds like it's going to be a really great training, and I will pass it over to Vicki Melvin to open up for today.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Just so you know, if you pop in and you notice your name is Sharon Rice, just go up in the corner, make sure you change that. I see we still have a couple of Sharon Rices in the building, but we know that there's only one Sharon Rice, right? So thank you guys so much for joining the training today. We're really excited as we move forward within our multidisciplinary team to be able to bring trainings and information to us that just will be able to enhance our skills and improve the work that we're doing. And we know that we have a good number of children that are reported or referred to PCA who are displaying some problematic sexualized behaviors. And so what we wanted to do is to bring our MDT together just to begin the conversation on how we can better address those cases. So we're very fortunate to have some experts with us from the University of Oklahoma to share and to help us, understand how we can address this concern. What we want to do is to make sure everyone is participating and gaining as much information as possible. We do have them here with us as we work through this today. So please, if you have questions, throw them in the chat because this is our opportunity. And so we have Renee Roman and Trisha Gardner with us today. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to them.
Thank you, Vicki, and thank you, Sharon's, for welcoming us this morning. We appreciate it. If anybody doesn't know how to change their name, if you scroll over your picture in Zoom, there are 3 little dots that show up in the top right-hand corner. And if you click on those, it will take you down to something that says rename, and then you can type in whatever you would like to share as your name this morning. We appreciate all of you here and the interest in the topic. My name is Trish Gardner. I am an attorney by trade, but an associate professor at the Center on Child Abuse and Neglect within the Department of Pediatrics at the University of Oklahoma Health Sciences Center. And we run a program called the National Center on the Sexual Behavior of Youth, which is something that Renee and I work on together, and I will let Renee introduce herself really quickly.
Good morning, everybody. I am a consultant and trainer with Oklahoma University. I was a Child Advocacy Center Executive Director for over 20 years, and during my term as the ED for our Advocacy Center, I brought both the school age and the adolescent problematic sexual behavior program to my community. I was the lead in the adolescent program and had done the work for years. And then when I left the Advocacy Center, I began consulting work with Oklahoma University. In this role, I not only train folks in the adolescent model and do community presentations, but I also have a lot of activities and projects that I'm working on with the military through Oklahoma University, as well as function as a senior leader, trainer, facilitator to help communities get ready to address problematic sexual behavior and to sort of set programs up for the best chance of being successful within that community. So I'm really happy to be here with you all today, and I'm going to toss the ball back to Trish to get us rolling today.
Thank you. And Renee and I have trained together many times, and we are both very informal presenters. And as Vicki mentioned, please let us know your questions as we go along. I am not speaking for Renee, but I will say for myself, I'm getting old and I can't remember what I said 5 minutes ago. So it's helpful for me to get the question as I'm actually talking about the item so I can remember what I said. So please just feel free to drop it in the chat. I'm sure that Renee will be watching that while I'm presenting, and I try to watch it as well as I go along. And while we talk a little bit about the clinical services that we provide, this is very much a multidisciplinary presentation. We know that the field of child maltreatment is very complex in and of itself, and then you add sex and sexual behavior of children on top of that, and it makes it 100 million times more complicated and more difficult to discuss. And so we all have to work together in order to help these children and families. So I will start sharing my screen. Okay, hopefully you guys can see that, correct? Awesome. Thank you, Vicki. Thumbs up. Love it. All right. So as I mentioned, we are part of the National Center on the Sexual Behavior of Youth. Our website is down here at the bottom of the slide, and we've already shared the slides with Vicki and and if they haven't sent them out to you, you will get a copy of these. But and we used to say N. Cosby, and then Bill Cosby got in trouble, and we thought that probably wasn't a good way to refer to our website anymore. So now it's the ncsby.org website. There are just so many resources on this website for parents, for professionals. There are articles, there are guidelines. So please, 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 and a lot of the information on the website is downloadable and free. So please, please, please visit our website to access additional information. We are funded partially through the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And the purpose is basically to provide training and technical assistance surrounding youth with problematic sexual behavior. So we would really recommend that you visit our website at some point. And a couple of the items there are links on the website. These two books that are on this slide are Taking Action. The red one is specifically focused on children that have inappropriate sexual behavior, and it's by Dr. Jane Selewski, who is the director of the National Center on the Sexual Behavior of Youth. And then the blue one is focused more on adolescents with illegal and inappropriate behavior, created by Dr. Barbara Bonner, who has retired but was a driving force in Oklahoma and nationally on working with these children with inappropriate sexual behavior. So both of these books are on the website in PDF format. You can download them for free, but you can also order them through the Safer Society Press, which is the organization that publishes these books, and they're not particularly expensive if you buy them in bulk, and you could share them with your families or other people that are interested in this topic. What you don't want to do is go to Amazon and look for them, because they do have them on Amazon, but they're about $20 a piece. So that somebody has purchased a big stack of them and is making a mint by selling them at a higher price. So please go straight to the source if you would like to order these. The National Children's Alliance, which supports our CACs and multidisciplinary teams across the US, they have created information specifically for MDTs on this topic with us in cooperation with us. And so you can access both these handouts as well as a link to a couple of videos that the NCA has created surrounding this topic. So feel free to access that as well. And then we have information from the National Child Traumatic Stress Network, and NERI Press also has several articles that are available on our website for you to download and review. So today we are going to be focusing on the youth and the children that have the inappropriate sexual behavior. That does not by any means that we indicate that we don't recognize the impact that these activities by these children have on the other children that are impacted by their behaviors. So we are not discounting the victims in this situation. However, that's not going to be the focus of our presentation. We fully support that any victim of sexual abuse, no matter who the person is that initiates that, should reach out and seek help. So, but that's not going to be the focus of our talk today. We're going to talk about the youth that have this problematic and illegal behavior. And we do know that working with these children and families, as I mentioned, this is a complex issue, and none of the agencies that are involved with these children and families can help support them on their own. So that's why we love it when we have a multidisciplinary audience, because everybody has a part to play. And we also recognize that sometimes talking about sex and sexual behavior of youth can be overwhelming for our audience. So if you need to take a breath, step away, gather your thoughts, I would ask at some point that you come back, please. But if you need to go and take a minute to get all your thoughts back in order, or just have a few yoga breaths, feel free to do that, because we know that this information can be pretty impactful. All right, so it's our first poll, and I'm not sure. Oh, it's up here. Let me see. I can launch it. Exciting. All right, so here is our first poll. We would love to know who we have in the audience today. So I'm going to launch this. And if you could answer, we would greatly appreciate it. Okay, it looks like about 30 of you have responded, and we have 75 people on the call. Let's get to half at least. All right, well, thank you very much. I'm curious if the 5 people, let's see, end poll and share results. So here is our breakdown today. We have a lot of child welfare. Thank you very much. Welcome to the presentation, and quite a few behavioral health. I'm curious for our other folks, the 5 other folks, if you could drop in the chat what your other is, we would love to see that. Oh, Child Advocacy Center staff, awesome. Juvenile justice, fantastic. Oh, welcome, Jillian. Nice. Perfect. Well, welcome. So we do have quite a few different disciplines here. That's perfect. All right, so let me see if I can do the next poll. I did share the results, and now how do I get it to go? Oh, got it. Our next poll is about your experience in working with children or adolescents that have exhibited problematic sexual behavior. So how many years of experience do you have? All right, it looks like we have pretty much even split. among all the different options. So 0 to 2 years, and 3 to 5, 6 to 10, and 11 plus. For those 11 plus, you just pop right into this conversation anytime you're ready to add anything that we might have missed. All right, thank you. And then one more. So this question is, how effectively do you think your community is responding and addressing the issues of treatment of children or adolescents with PSB? We're not running the gamut. We're having 0, not at all, and 10 completely. So you'd have to choose one or the other. All right, so looks like not at all ways out over completely, but I'm assuming it's probably somewhere in the middle, as are most communities. So we appreciate you responding to our polls. And oops, I did not think to advance my slides, pardon me. So now we're going to talk about youth themselves, and we're going to start out with just talking about what is normative sexual behavior, and then when does that cross the line and become problematic. Our services very clearly, again, victim-centered. We recognize the impact it has on those. We fully support those families seeking treatment for the victims that are involved in these cases. We are very adamant that the caregiver needs to be involved with the treatment that we provide in order to make a difference. And we are very adamant that these are children that we're working with, and we'll talk about that just a little more in the future. But we're very clear that if these children are, regardless of their age, if they're under 18, they're considered a child and should be treated as such and recognize that they're a child. And getting everybody to work together is crucial in order to make an impact with these children and families, because they're in crisis when this happens within their family. So we've worked with a lot of sites across the United States. And it's really funny because it seems like there are very few sites where there's a happy medium about dealing with problematic sexual behavior. They kind of run the gamut of, oh, that's just normal behavior and we're not going to be worried about that, and we're just going to sweep it under the rug because we don't know what to do with it, and they'll grow out of it and we don't have to do anything, which is not particularly helpful. And then there's another mindset that this is terrible, it's absolutely breaking all the laws, these kids need to be inpatient and they cannot be in our community, and they just need to go away. And so those two swings of thought are, neither one of those is helpful, because if you don't address the behavior, it's not going to stop. And so one of the things that we've found to be very helpful is that you actually talk about with your community what is considered normal and what is considered concerning. And, you know, one huge impact that we've seen even previous to COVID was technology, and the ease with which anyone of any age can click on something on the phone, on a tablet, and all of a sudden be exposed to very graphic pornography. And we had a presentation by Gail Dines, D-Y-N-E-S, probably about 6 months ago now. And she is an expert in pornography and the utilization of pornography by youth. And she talked about, and I can't really determine the ages of everybody on the call here, but when I was a young person, the access that I had to porn was basically any magazine that my dad had at the house, or if somebody else's dad had it at their house, or the racy novel that my mother kept by her bedside. That was pretty much it. And, you know, I had a rotary phone, so there was no sending pictures of myself to anybody, thank goodness. And so it's really evolved in a way that is concerning for our children. Well, concerning for everybody actually, but particularly concerning for our children. And what we thought was hardcore porn when I was young is now kind of the starting place for porn. So think about the impact that that would have on developing minds as they're looking at this information and deciding what a sexual relationship is supposed to look like. It's really concerning about that. So we have to think about, you know, sexual development, what is normal, what is considered normal, how is technology impacting what we consider normal, why do some youth have problematic sexual behavior and some youth do not? Can youth with PSB be around other children? We feel very strongly, absolutely, as long as there are safety protocols put into place, and that there's caregiver involvement that will implement those safety protocols. And we will talk a little bit about the types and intensities of the treatment as we move further through this presentation. So let's talk a little bit about sexual development. So depending on your upbringing, depending on your culture, depending on where you live, depending on your environment, people react to sexual behavior more strongly. Some people react more strongly to sexual behavior that would be considered normal than others. And so providing education and information to parents about what is considered normal can be a relief to them if they are concerned that their child's behavior is actually concerning or disruptive. And I think that's one of the key things to talk about as we go through this information. Is the behavior to the point that it's disruptive of the life of the child or the life of family members that are involved with the child? Is the behavior to such an extent that they are forcing themselves upon others or causing harm to themselves or others? So what are some of the things that impact our sexual development? Gender, although as we move forward in our time now, gender fluidity is something that we also have to recognize and deal with. It's something that comes up daily in conversations with my teenager and his peer group, and how they are recognizing themselves at this point. There's a lot more discussion. Again, with my non-rotary phone back in the dark ages, we never discussed our sexuality, right? It was, if I was a girl, I was a girl and I was going to date a boy, and that was what the expectation was. Well, that's no longer really the case. As we move through our current system, I've had a couple of my teenagers' friends change names 15 times, and they've switched gender, but then they can't decide what the best name is. I will say one of her friends is very, very thoughtful in name choices, and so far he's been about 5 Greek gods. So he must have a lot of confidence about his gender and his name, because currently he's Odin, and previously he's been Thor, and he was Zeus at one point. So, you know, he's just going to find the one that fits, and more power to him. The other thing that impacts our sexual development is our family. If you have a extremely if you have a particular religious background that frowns upon acknowledging sex or talking about sex and masturbation is not appropriate in your household, that's going to be much different, and your reaction to sexual development is going to be much different than a family who believes that nudity is okay and everybody walks around the house with no clothes on. So how you address sex, how you interpret sexual behavior is going to be much different from that background. Again, that can mean your culture has a much different feeling about this. There are some cultures that still think that getting married at 12 or 13 is acceptable. There are other cultures that do not believe that that is an acceptable thing to take place. And again, your environment and your community is also going to impact how you develop your thoughts about sexuality. So we know the research now shows us that our sexual development actually starts in utero. We are hormonal creatures even when we're in the womb, and we've seen ultrasounds where the fetus in the 3rd trimester can achieve erections in response to the hormonal cycles of the mom. And we are born with a capability of experiencing erotic pleasure and orgasm, even at that young age. So when we talk about the ages of 3 to 7, children are curious by nature, and they get more curious when they realize that you have something in between your legs that I don't have, and why is that? And how come you look different than me? And how come you pee standing up and I have to pee sitting down on the toilet? All these questions are normal as we figure out what is happening and what the difference is between a biologically born male and a biologically born female. And at this age, this is when we're starting to make friends, and hopefully we're establishing friendships that are positive and healthy, and we're starting to think about ourselves as an individual apart from our parents. And then we hit 7 to 12, 7 to 11 or 7 to 12. Again, even more independence than that earlier age. You may have a best friend that's the same sex, you may not. You may identify an opposite sex friend as a girlfriend or a boyfriend at this age. I think when I was 10 years old, I was tired of not having a boyfriend, so I still remember the guy that I paid a dime to sit next to me at the pep rally and hold my hand so that I could say that I had a boyfriend. That was a big deal at that age, right? Everybody else had a boyfriend. I wanted one too. I will say I did not kiss him because I didn't like him that much, but I just wanted people to think that I had a boyfriend. And we're thinking again about ourselves, learning more about ourselves, learning more about our feelings with other people. And we start, hopefully, and we're in a situation where we have role models, and we start thinking about setting limits about what is okay and what is not okay with our friends to do with us. And then when you hit 11 or 12 plus, this is when puberty kicks in for some and not for others. We know that girls tend to mature more quickly than boys. We've got hormones all over the place as puberty is setting in. The impulse control is starting to vary a little bit. This is when we start seeing that peers are more important than parents, and they start all these young ones, tweens, start thinking about their own value system. A lot of times it mimics what their parents have shown them as they grow up, but they have their own tweaks to that. And again, still thinking about setting limits about what is and not okay as they move forward in their relationships. And then, you hit teens, and that is even, and Renee is going to talk about teenagers more in depth than I will, but then the hormones are completely all over the place. And I have a lot of conversations with my teenager about, yes, I know you're smart, but I also know that teenagers, no matter how smart they are, will make stupid decisions at some point. So please keep that in mind as you move forward. Think about what you do before you act. So think about a time, if any of you ever played doctor. I will fully admit that I did that. I had 3 boys that lived across the street that were brothers, and we got busted in their barn one day because we were showing each other our private parts, because they were fascinated and I was fascinated, and I think I was about 10, maybe 9. Their mother was mortified, my mother was mortified, and but that was a natural reaction. I was an only child, so I didn't really have any ability to see what a boy looked like under their clothes. My dad certainly wasn't going to do that. So I was very curious, and nothing ever came of that. We did not touch one another. We were just looking to see what was happening. And again, thinking about your gender roles and having situations where you play house and you're the wife and I'm the husband, that could be a little more fluid now. We could have a wife and a wife, we could have a husband and a husband, but all of that's going to be considered very normative play as we're discovering our individuality as we grow up. And then you know, peeking over or around the bathroom door or crawling under the stall to see what's happening in the stall, just because you're curious. But what we think of normative in this particular area is that it's natural, it's curiosity, it's typically children of the same size or close to the same size, close to the same age, and all the participation on everybody's part is completely voluntary. That would be considered normal curiosity and normal sexual play. So thinking about what is normative and what is not, how do we know the behavior is problematic versus just playing doctor, and remembering that influence of cultural and societal factors. So we're going to talk now a little bit more about the differences between those things. So regular sexual play, normative sexual play, is exploratory, it's spontaneous, it doesn't happen on a frequent basis. Both of the children involved in that play are completely on board with it. They're just being curious, and they want to explore with one another. And I mentioned that typically they're very close to the same age or size and developmental level. And really, really importantly, there's no anger, fear, anxiety on the part of anybody involved in that situation. It is all, everybody's on board, everybody's just being curious, everybody is just exploring together. So what we also know that this sexual play is across the gamut of childhood. So it's not just a preschool thing, it's not just a school age thing, but as kids grow older and they realize the hesitancy of adults to talk about sexuality, it becomes more concealed the older that we get. Like I said, we got busted because we were in the barn out behind the house of my neighbor's house. And so we knew that we shouldn't do that in the living room with parents there, because we knew that they would stop us, but we were still curious and we wanted to do it. So, and we also know that this occurs between siblings as well, if they are of a different sex or if they're just being curious. So there's some research out there that talks about how common sex play is, and we know that somewhere between 66% and 80% of children will be involved in sexual play at some point. Most of it has never been discovered by the parents. And a lot of these encounters are between children of the same sex, because that's who your playmates are when you're younger. And again, it would be perceived on both sides of both parties involved as a positive experience or a neutral experience. It was just something that they decided they were they had an opportunity to be exploratory and curious, and they just did it. And it is not at all related to sexual orientation when you reach adulthood. So what are some caregiver responses that we can talk about when we have this type of sexual behavior? What would be helpful? 1, taking a deep breath. Don't react negatively necessarily. Get calm and stop the behavior if it's in progress, if you happen to walk in on something. Talking about accurate education of names and functions of all the body parts with your children. Don't ignore the fact that you have a vagina. Actually talk about that with your child. Given the work that I do, and outside of working with our problematic sexual behavior group, I also do a lot of education for our child welfare on just recognizing abuse and neglect and the different types. And I've also sat on multiple multidisciplinary teams, and I've seen the difficulty with our poor forensic interviewers when they're trying to do an interview, and the names that children use for their different body parts are all over the place, and trying to determine what that is. As a forensic interviewer, I always found that very difficult on their part. And like, if a private part was like every single part of your body, how on earth do you ever determine what's happening to these children? So I was very clear with my husband when our daughter was born that I was going to teach her all the private parts and the right names, just in case anything ever happened, she would be able to communicate with whoever was talking to her very clearly about what part was touched, and pass that information on to whomever was talking to her. And I will say you have to be careful about that, because at one point I had to go to a conference and my husband was left to take my, I think she was about 4 years old, our daughter, to dance class. And at that time, there was the big thing for the little kids was to get dressed at the dance studio, because that's where the big girl ballerinas got dressed. And so they would take their leotards and they would take their tights and they would get dressed in the dressing room. Not that there were big girl ballerinas in there, but they just wanted to get dressed where the big girl ballerinas got dressed. So I'm in San Diego, my husband is at the dance studio, and it was just one big room with some curtains that were up so you could hear everything that was happening. And my husband gets there, knows he can't go into the room with all the other little girls, but one of our friends' moms was like, it's okay, I'll take care of it. So he's out in the hall and waiting for my daughter to come out, and then he hears, Daddy, my tights are stuck in my vagina, just as loud as could possibly be. And so I get a text from my husband that says, I told you you shouldn't have taught her the correct words. Now all these women hate me. Because what was the question from all the other kids? Well, first, the one mom that we knew stuck her head out and was laughing and said, got it, don't worry. But all the other kids, what was their question? Because they'd never had that conversation with their parents. So every single little kid in the room was like, what's a vagina? My husband never stepped foot back in that dance studio for the entire rest of the time that our daughter took lessons there, because he was so mortified. But again, I think starting early, talking to your child about the sexual parts of your body, having the right names for everything, reflecting appropriate behavior between you and your partner. So what does a healthy relationship look like? What does respect look like? What does communication look like? Providing developmentally appropriate sex education as they grow older. Again, because of where I work and the concerns that I have and all the stories that I hear, I've been talking to our daughter about sex since she was very young. And now she just rolls her eyes and she's like, none of my other friends' parents talk about sex. Will you stop? And I'm like, well, I want you to know, and feel free to tell your friends. I'm a resource. If anybody has any questions, I'm here to help you. But if kids don't have those conversations, they don't know what to expect. And they start relying on porn or their friends who've never had sex on what their expectations are around that behavior. So again, it's really important for caregivers to take on that role, to provide their values, their information, their expectations regarding what appropriate sexual behavior is. So there's a continuum along sexual behaviors that we talk about. So we've already talked about normal and typical behavior. And then there's the next step that it becomes concerning. Then the next step is that it becomes problematic. And then finally, the last step is that it becomes harmful. So, youth initiated behaviors, They're going to typically involve those sexual body parts, the genitals, the anus, the buttocks, breast. But when it becomes concerning and then problematic and potentially harmful, those are the behaviors that we're really going to be talking about today in depth, and particularly when it becomes harmful either to themselves or to others. And at some point, particularly depending on your age, it's also going to become illegal. So it's important to talk about what are the laws within our state. What does it say? When, how far apart can you be in age and have a relationship with somebody else before you might legally be in trouble? So we've created this table to talk about when our sexual behavior is a problem. And if you look across the table, you're going to want to think about the frequency. So is it happening a lot? What would be considered a high frequency, particularly if it gets to the point that it's excluding them from participating in normal childhood activities? Say you have a child who is exhibiting masturbatory behavior. Do children masturbate? Sure they do. But do they masturbate to the point that it prevents them from going to their dance class or going to a soccer game or actually being able to be in the classroom? That's when there's going to be a lot of concern that starts around that behavior. And if it's addressed, my child, and she would die if she knew that I said this, but at one point, I can't remember even how old she was, but she was masturbating in our living room. And I said, you know what, Alex, I understand that might feel good, but that is not a behavior that we do in public. If you want to do that, you do it by yourself, you do it in your room, and it's not something that you share because that's private. And I've never seen her do it again, right? But some of these kids are non-responsive or not able to respond when their parent has that conversation with them, and that action doesn't cease. Developmental considerations are, when we have youth that are significantly divergent in either age or developmental abilities, right? If you have a 6-year-old and a 15-year-old, I'm going to be concerned about that. And if the behavior interferes with their social development. And then on the harm side of things, that's when we talk about intrusive behaviors. I'm forcing what I want to do on you. This is no longer mutually acceptable. This is no longer, we're just exploring and everybody's on the same page and it's a positive experience. This is, I am overstepping that boundary and I am forcing whatever this behavior is on you, and you don't like it and you're not interested and you are not on board with this. It can include actual physical force, or it can include intimidation and coercion. And if it rises to the level where it's including fear and anxiety on the children that are being the target of the behavior, then that's going to be considered a problematic sexual behavior. So when do we recognize that as people, or either lay people or people within the field? I think one of the most, when I very first started going to a multidisciplinary team meeting, and we had a 5-year-old who talked about grandpa makes me suck on his Tootsie Roll, and that's when the white creamy stuff comes out. Should any 5-year-old know that? Absolutely not. So we have a lot of these children who know way more about sexuality than they should. And it's either because they have had things happen to them and they're participating in that behavior, or, they're seeing it at a level that they could express that was what they had seen. Either way, that's not appropriate material to be shared with a child. And so figuring out how to talk to children to determine what they know is, I bless our forensic interviewers every day. They're amazing. And they can have these conversations with children and determine exactly what they've had access to and what they know. And the activities, again, continue even though the caregiver has made it very clear that the behavior is inappropriate and that they need to stop. And I see there's a bunch of stuff in the chat. Renee, are you looking to see if anything? I know it was a lot of how to change your name and.
That's a lot of it. Yep, there's
Okay.
nothing else.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Mhm.
So then, again, things to think about as you're considering whether or not it's a problematic behavior. The frequency, the intensity, the intrusiveness, what's associated in the victims of this behavior, if it's fear, anxiety, shame, or guilt. And sometimes that's also felt on the side of the person that's perpetrating the behavior. If it's extensive and adult type sexual behaviors, flashing and showing you what's in your underwear is not necessarily, I mean, some older adults do use that as a seductive technique, but typically in children, it's just out of curiosity and you're looking, versus humping someone or attempting to unzip their pants so that you can access their penis to do whatever you've been shown to do, or whatever it is. So just thinking about what is typical and what is very concerning. And children manually stimulating oral genital contact with animals or other children is really something to be worried about. If children start sexualizing things in an interaction that normally would not be considered sexual. So it's like they're so focused in everything to them. If somebody holds up a banana, they automatically, now teenagers, that's a little more typical, but if they're younger and somebody holds up a banana, your first thought at that age should not be, oh, I know what I can do with that banana and we should insert it here and we should do this and we should do this, or we should practice this sexual maneuver on this banana. That is typically not something that a younger child would do. And if the behaviors are causing physical or emotional pain to others. So whether it's looking at them when they don't want to be looked at, continuing to expose yourself to them when they don't want to see that, etc. And then verbal and physical expressions of anger can precede or go along with the sexual behavior. That is also very concerning. If the children are using the distorted logic to justify their sexual actions, they have an explanation, a very detailed explanation about why they are doing what they're doing, and it just doesn't make any sense versus just being, I was curious and I looked. That is more of a typical behavior of a child. And then if they're using, again, coercion or force or bribery, manipulations, etc., to access that sexual behavior. There's a really good resource out there written by Dr. Toni Cavanaugh Johnson, and it's called Understanding Your Child's Sexual Behavior, What's Normal, What's Natural and Healthy. She wrote that specifically for caregivers of children. And so I realize it's dated from 1999, but the information in that book is still really good. And you can also access that on the web at a pretty reasonable price. So when problematic sexual behaviors, again, if the youth are initiating the behaviors and it's involving sexual body parts and it's a potential to be harmful to themselves or to others, and it's developmentally inappropriate, it's way beyond their years, and or it's illegal by state or federal statutes. If they have clinically concerning behavior, and really the behavior can reflect a variety of diagnoses, and Renee will talk about that a little more in depth than I will. So any questions? I'm going to stop share. We're going to move into the adolescent piece now. Are there any questions about the sexual development, sexual behavior of the school age and younger children before Renee moves into the teenage piece. All right, Renee.
I'm getting there. I'm working on it.
And we will take a break. Don't think that we're going to keep you here for 110 hours straight.
Yeah, definitely you can take breaks and step away when you need to, for sure. So please do feel free to throw questions into the chat bar or comments into the chat bar, or if cases come up for you. I'm going to take a deeper dive into adolescence here instead of kind of spending a lot of time on school age. And the reason I'm going to do this is in our experience in working with teams and in our experience in working with communities, most folks within the community can understand when children are acting in a sexual way, maybe engaging in problematic sexual behavior. They can say, well, that's sort of developmentally more appropriate at that age for kids to be doing that, those kinds of things. But they are less sort of understanding when our adolescents are engaging in problematic or illegal sexual behaviors. The thought is that if they look like an adult, they should be acting like an adult. If they are, engaging in these sexual behaviors, then they are really just sort of quote unquote junior or mini sexual offenders, et cetera. And so what I really wanted to do is kind of take a dive into sort of reminding us what adolescents are going through, what's happening with them developmentally, and help us kind of take a closer look at problematic and illegal sexual behavior from the adolescent perspective, sort of what might really be going on with these folks. Because I think it's harder for us to see as we start talking about, can these kids be maintained safely within the community? It's much harder for community members to think that adolescents can be kept safely within the community without putting other people in that community at risk. So we're gonna take a dive into here. So we know adolescents, y'all remember, just kind of close your eyes, think back when you were a teenager. Everybody remember, y'all have that one picture in your mind, like what is that go-to hairdo you had or outfit you wore or something that you did, right? Think about your teenage years. Picture yourself, because I really want you to be thinking about what you were like as a teenager. There are some really, really bad hairdos that we can come up with. There are some really bad fashion choices that all of us, I'm sure, made at one time or another. So just be thinking about all those things that you thought were so cool when you were a kid. So we know in teenage years, in our adolescence, that there's a whole lot of growth going on in development, both physically, emotionally, cognitively. Teens are learning new skills, they're developing new capabilities, new capacities for things. Relationships are changing with their caregivers, relationships are changing with their friends, prioritizing friends. Romantic relationships are beginning to develop. They're trying to figure out who they are and sort of what's going on for them. So lots of things going on, and we're going to take a deep dive into all those different things that are happening for them. We're going to look at physically sort of what's happening with our kids, cognitively what's going on with them, how are their brains changing, how are they thinking, emotionally sort of where are they at, what's happening, socially what's changing. And then we're also seeing a lot of change around their morals, their values, how they see themselves fitting into the world, how they see the world responding to them and them responding to the world. So lots happening for them. Physically, sort of, there's a lot of factors that go into the bodily changes that kids experience. We know that some of it is genetic. We know also that sometimes it has to do with the amount of exercise and body fat to muscle ratio in the body. We know that chronic illness can impact development. We know that substance use can impact development, physical development. We know there's a lot of things sort of going on. Just to hit a couple highlights for our girls, breast buds and secondary sexual characteristics tend to start developing between the ages of 8 and 12. Most girls will hit a growth spurt sometime between the ages of 10 and 14, where they can gain an average of 4 to 6 inches in height. We know that menses tends to start. I know that this slide says 12, but the latest information from CDC is saying anywhere from 10 to 12 years old, which is a big change from, and I'm rather old here, but it's a big change from when I was an adolescent, when it was 16 or 17 years old. So we also think that there's some things to do with maybe the foods that kids are eating, how good their diets are, but also potentially some of the hormones and additives and such that are in our foods. So lots happening, body odor for teenage girls, acne, the ability to be able to become pregnant, right? As soon as the onset of menses happens for our kids, a lot of those things are going on. For our boys, again, sort of their development starts around the age of 10 years old. We may see the appearance of some pubic hair. We may see the enlargement of their testes at this age. The genitals tend to start lengthening between 11 and 14. Our boys go through those. There's not a lot of males on here, and I'm not going to pick on y'all, but you think about when boys are developing, right? They tend to, their feet and their hands tend to grow first, right? So they seem sort of out of proportion to their bodies, and then they tend to all sort of catch up as time goes on. So arms, legs, et cetera, eventually lengthen and grow, and they seem to kind of grow into their hands, into their feet. My son, I remember when he went through this growth spurt, he was in a pair of sneakers. I took him to get a new pair of sneakers because, his other ones were getting kind of raggedy. And when I measured his foot, he had literally gone up 2.5 sizes. And I was like, oh my God, someone is going to call me in for not getting shoes on this kid's feet. His shoes were literally 2.5 sizes too small for him because he had just gone through this major growth spurt, right? He wasn't complaining about it. That's just how they were fitting him at the time. So we also know that boys go through, they'll start growing facial hair and body hair, but this doesn't tend to stop until their mid-20s. So a lot going on with our bodies. And my favorite thing to do when we think about our teenagers and our preteens is, has anybody ever been to an 8th grade graduation from school, right? So when they get promoted to the 9th grade, here we have 8th grade ceremonies. And when you go to those ceremonies, all the kids are dressed up, and the girls look like they are graduating from college, and the boys look like they are graduating from 5th grade, right? So there's just that huge gap at one point around 8th grade where boys tend to be way behind our girls developmentally. The girls tend to be taller than the boys, et cetera. So a lot going on with these guys physically. Also, their brains are changing and developing at this age. And so the prefrontal cortex, which is that part of our brain that helps us to make good decisions, to set goals, all those kinds of things. Well, someone in their infinite wisdom decided that adolescence would be a really good time to sort of put up some do not enter tape and start doing some landscaping in that area. So they've cordoned off that area of the brain. It makes it hard to kind of get in there, to access it, to use it for its purposes, because they're taking away and they're weeding out all of those connections, neural connections that we no longer need, because we don't need to know how to crawl or how to suck our thumb or those kinds of things. So those connections are getting weeded out to make room for us to go through our next large development and growth around being able to make complex decisions, hold lots of information in our heads, that metacognition type stuff that we're going to be working toward. So brain development, maybe that's part of the reason our teens don't make the best decisions, because their brains are being landscaped. That's what I like to think about. Metacognition is the ability to think about thinking, and that starts to happen in our adolescence. So when a teen engages in a behavior, if they have achieved this higher level of development, the ability for metacognition, you can actually ask them, what were you thinking when you did that, right? And don't be surprised if a lot of them say, I wasn't thinking, because really and truly they weren't, right? So lots of things happening with our kids. They have the ability for some abstract thinking, for some advanced reasoning and decision making. They have the capacity to make decisions like an adult. They just don't always choose to utilize that capacity as an adolescent. We talk about Piaget. Anybody remember Piaget from when you were in school, if you took child development, right? Piaget talks about how there's that sensory motor phase of development where everything is about what they're taking in through their senses. And then we have those kids 2 to 7 who are those pre-operational kids, where they're really learning about and understanding their world through manipulative things that they can play with, interact with. Sort of that's how they understand their world, is by reenacting what's happening to them. That's why they do a lot of playing, a lot of make-believe, a lot of pretending type behaviors in order to sort of understand their world. When we get to the 7 to 11-year-olds, this is concrete operations. This is when kids are starting to think not outside their bodies with like manipulatives and things that they can maneuver, but they start to be able to think and reason within their heads. And so this is when, like, if you think about the big math thing we're learning at this age is our multiplication tables. So when we're starting to be able to think in our head, we don't have to process outside. And then when our adolescence, that's our formal operations stage. And that's when we do achieve that ability for metacognition. So we can think about thinking. And so what we might see at that age in a math class would be, not only does the youth have to solve the geometric equation, but then they have to write a paragraph about how they came up with that answer. That's called metacognition, right? That's thinking about your thinking. How did you get to the solution that you got to? Not just by doing it right, but then also by explaining yourself. So lots of things going on with our teens developmentally. A lot of times our teens are focused, that 10 to 14-year-old, they're really focused on sort of the here and now, what's happening to them in this moment. They're starting to be able to think more abstractly, to do more kind of that stuff. They're starting to do some risk taking, some experimentation. And you can see this sometimes with their kids about how they're dressing or sort of how they're talking or how they're interacting. They may come in and try and act a certain way to see how that plays with you or how it doesn't play with you as their caregiver. So they're just trying on different things that they've maybe seen on TV or their peers are doing to see if it fits for them. When we move on to that later end of adolescence, that 15 to 19-year-olds, a lot of our teens are starting to become not only focused on here and now and maybe the near future, but also the distant future. Like, what do I want to do with my life? Where do I want to be? Where do I want to go to school? What kind of a career do I want to look at? Those kinds of things start coming into the brain. They're starting to think about their ambitions, their roles. What do I want to be in my life? Where do I want to be? What do I want to do? They have a better capacity to set goals and to follow through to achieve those goals. So they can understand, if I want to get to this particular place, I need to do 1, 2, and 3 in order to get there. They can start working through some of those things. Again, risk taking is a huge thing here because that's part of our development, right? And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. Teens, how many of you are, I mean, I can't see by it because there's so many of you, but if you think about, if you have your teenager, how many of your teens do you remember the time that you went to drop them off or leave them somewhere in public and you went to give them a hug or a kiss goodbye because you always did that and they like backed up, pushed away, or like, don't do that, right? And they're like pushing away and they're separating from you, and they may have this whole attitude and be really kind of snarly, and then the very next moment, you know, they're like laying down with you on the sofa and they've got their head in your lap and they want you to kind of rub their head like when they were a baby, right? They're sort of all over the place emotionally. I used to joke that I learned very quickly, I had 2 teenagers in the house at one time, and I learned very quickly to not greet them in the morning when they woke up. I would be in the kitchen, maybe getting breakfast, making my coffee, whatever. When they would stumble into the kitchen, I wouldn't say a word, because if I said something as simple as good morning, I could get my head bitten off, right? So I would just wait for them. And if they said, hey, good morning, Mom, I knew that we were in a good place and I could say, hey, good morning, right? And if they didn't say anything, I didn't say anything, because it was so much better that way, because that's what their emotions are like. They're just all over the place, lots of things going on with them. And this is related a lot to the hormone levels that are happening, serotonin levels in the brain. There's just so many different chemicals going on and sort of balancing out and trying to find equilibrium here. So lots happening that's affecting their emotions and how they're interacting and how they react to us. So from, again, 10 to 14, our teens are starting to develop a sense of who they are, but it hasn't sort of solidified yet, right? They're starting to figure out, this is when you'll see them really taking on those roles like, I'm the smart kid in the class, or I'm the class clown, or I'm the, you know, the one that's like cutting up for all their friends all the time, or I'm the athlete, or I'm the one, you know, the troublemaker, etc. Like they start sort of trying on those different roles. They can feel really awkward and strange as their body's going through puberty and changing. We know that those kids that tend to enter puberty early on, and those that tend to enter puberty at the very end struggle the most with it because they're the ones that are the most different than their peers. And remember, adolescence is a time when you don't want to stand out necessarily for reasons like that. So those kids that tend to hit puberty more in the mid-range when everybody else is going through it, they have less struggles with it. Kids can get very self-focused at this age. They start thinking that the world is about them and how they're in the world, and that they don't have the ability to really kind of take a lot of other people's perspectives. And this is really important when we think about problematic sexual behavior. Like, they're really seeing the world sort of through their lens. They're sort of egocentric a little bit at this age too. Their friendships start to take on more importance and more influence over them, although caregivers influence around those bigger, larger issues like substance use, when to have sex, whether or not someone goes on for secondary education. All those things tend to be more still controlled by the adults in their lives, if the adults are engaging in conversations with them about those topics and talking. So interactions with parents tend to change. They tend to start separating from parents. There's an increase in that rudeness, the use of sarcasm. Oh, sarcasm, so much fun for teens, right? Good times going on there. They start complaining about rules, not understanding why you have to set rules, why do they have to follow rules, all that going on for our 10 to 14s. The 15 to 19-year-olds, these guys are getting even more independent, right? They're getting far more independent about, you don't have to kind of watch over them for daily activity type things, reminding usually, hopefully by this age, to shower, although we do have some teens that we have to remind to shower on a regular basis. But they're also maybe being more responsible for their chores, their schoolwork, those kinds of things. They may start to really start thinking about their life and how they're fitting into the world. We do see a lot more journaling, blogging, posting at this age, kind of putting themselves out there. If you think about Instagram and photos and all the things that they're putting out there, they're really sort of trying to get likes, to see what they get attention for. All that's happening for them. They're starting to have a little bit more of an ability to delay gratification, and we'll talk a little bit about how that can impact problematic sexual behavior. They're also starting to be able to think about situations and circumstances around them. They're again still engaging less with parents. Remember, we go through this period, I'm sure you all did it too, where you spend less time with your parents, less time you want to be around them, and then at some age, right, magic happens. I used to joke that my daughter, I have one girl and two boys. My daughter, I said, when she was about 14 years old, the aliens came and took her, and they left this being that looked just like her, but acted nothing like her, right? It was this evil, mean, angry beast that was living in my house, in my daughter's body. And she lived with me for about 4 years. And at about 18, the aliens came and took that thing back and replaced her with my daughter again. And then all of a sudden, my sweet and pleasant daughter was back in my home, right? So those 4 years were pretty rocky around here, but that's sort of what adolescence feels like, as an alien has come and taken over your child's body. So there's a lot sort of going on with them, right? Their peer groups become really much more important to them. And if you think about like love, how many of y'all remember your first love? Anybody here remember your first love? Right? Yeah. Do you remember that you could, if they were in school with you, you could spend all day with them in school? Like, they would meet you between classes, they would walk you to the bus, they would, right? You were together every possible opportunity you had. And when I was a kid, as soon as we got home, because once you were on the bus, we couldn't communicate, so we didn't have cell phones. Once you got home, on the phone again, right, with the phone cord stretched all the way around the room for privacy so that you could talk private. I may be a little older than some of you on here, and you could be on the phone with them for 4 or 5 hours, and you didn't even, this was the best part about being in love, is you didn't even have to talk, right? We loved each other so much, we didn't even have to talk. We could just sit there and be quiet. And I remember my parents getting so frustrated, like, you're not even talking, hang up the phone, right? But that's what love was. So if you think about what that first love is, how strong that is, what that feels like for you, what it felt like for you, think about what that feels like for our youth too, right? So teens are starting to experiment with those relationships, like who am I interested in? What does that look like, right? The friendships, how is that evolving into relationships? They're starting to try out relationship type stuff, right? From the early preteens through. There's a big range here from, we're talking from 12 to 18, 19 years old. There's a big range going on. And we remember our development doesn't stop at 18, right? We know that most kids continue to develop till well into their 20s. In fact, girls tend to mature around 23. Boys tend to be, it's more around 26 is what we're learning. So there's a whole lot going on with that development and maturation, what's going on with us. So think about socially, how important your peers become, how important and critical it becomes to how you dress, what you look like, what brand clothes you wear, you know, everything. Like, do you have to be like everybody else, or are you the peer that has to stand out and be different than everybody else? But there's a definite need for sort of how you define your style and how you fit in with your peer group. I also like to liken adolescence a lot to when, you know, when kids are toddlers and they're starting to, and Erickson talks about that stage in toddlerhood where kids are starting to sort of step away, but they're constantly looking back to make sure the caregiver is watching them, that trust versus mistrust stage that they go through. That's a lot of what I think adolescence is like. So they're in toddlerhood, kids are taking a few steps away and turning around to look to see if you're going to catch them if they start to fall, to make sure that they don't get into trouble, right? And so we're kind of hovering around those little kids at 2 and 3 years old. And then when we get to adolescence, they're doing the same thing. They're stepping away, but their steps are bigger, and their steps, the consequences, we can't sort of hover around and necessarily catch them when they fall, because they're doing things like driving cars and experimenting with substances and experimenting with sexuality. And we can't always catch them when they fall necessarily, but it's the same idea. They're sort of trying to figure that out. They're also taking all those different roles that they occupy in the world, as someone's child, as someone's sibling, as someone's friend, as someone who plays music or dances or plays sports or is good at the computer, all those different facets of who they are. And they're trying to roll them into who they see themselves are in the world, right? Who they are in the world. And that's a lot going on for our kids at that age. So if we think about that and all the different ways that they show up in the world, how they're trying to meld that into just being the person that they're going to eventually become. Lots of things happening with them there socially. How do our teens communicate? Ooh, well, not necessarily clearly. I joke that my son, my youngest, he had a whole bunch of friends over one day, and they were sitting in the living room watching basketball, and someone made a great play in the basketball game. And you would expect to hear like a roar from the room, right? People cheering. And I turned around and looked because I don't hear anything. And they're all on their phones and they're texting. And then all of a sudden the phones in the room start dinging, ding, 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 ding. And I'm like, oh my God, are you guys literally texting each other, sitting in the same room, watching the same basketball game? Yes, that is exactly what they were doing, right? So if you think about how our kids communicate, they really communicate a lot through their phones, right? So a lot of texting, not a lot of face-to-face communication. They're not as comfortable with face-to-face communication. So when we're talking to teens face-to-face, sometimes we have to give them something else to do. If we don't want them to have their phones in their hands, we've got to give them some other kind of a manipulative or something to color, or maybe cards to play or whatever when we're interacting with them, because that face-to-face is really awkward and uncomfortable for them. They're not used to it. Our teens don't always ask if they're uncertain about something that we've said, because they're trying to act as if they've got it. So they will cover. And so we have to go back and ask them if they understand, ask them to repeat what it is we said to them, to make sure that they understood what was asked of them or what the question was, because they're not always going to go for clarification with us. Our teens use a lot of slang. I used to try and keep up with it, especially when I was the forensic interviewer at my advocacy center. I have given up. I cannot keep up. I just simply say, could you translate that for me, please, now, right? When my kids are talking to me, because I just don't understand. Our teens still struggle with double negatives, and even as adults, we struggle with double negatives. Do you remember always joking as a kid, if it's a double negative, does that mean it's a yes, right? When you were trying to get around your parents in some way. And our teens can lose track of long, complex questions, so they may understand the beginning or they they may listen to the very end of it, but they don't have the whole question in their head. So we've got to keep things simple, right? We've got to check back with them, make sure that they're understanding, because if we're asking them questions, we're doing an assessment and we're asking them a question and we make it a long, complex question and their answer doesn't seem to make sense, or they're not answering us, or they say, I don't know. It may be not that they don't know the answer. It may be they lost track of the question, but they're trying to save face and not tell us that. And our teens are pretty literal, and they can lie by omission. And here's a great example of lying by omission. I told you I used to be a forensic interviewer. And I was talking to a child, a teenager, where they had snuck out of their house and they had gone to a party, and then the teen in question had been sexually assaulted. And as part of the interview, the teen indicated that they had not been drinking at all. They had not been drinking, adamant. No, I was not drinking. I did not drink. And then skip ahead about 5 minutes into the conversation and they talk about Jell-O shots. Well, guess what, guys? You don't drink a Jell-O shot, you eat a Jell-O shot. So no, they in truth were not drinking, right? But they did eat alcohol. So lie by omission, just kind of pay attention to the words we're using and then answer the exact question we're asking them, as opposed to elaborating like, well, maybe I wasn't drinking, but I did have alcohol. They would never think to volunteer that kind of information. Again, those romantic relationships are part of a hallmark of our adolescence. I worked once with a law enforcement investigator who talked about her first love, and she was really funny. She said, oh my gosh, I was so in love with this man. I would have lived in a shack in the woods with him. I was so in love with him. And then she laughs and she says, and skip ahead to where I am now. And she's retired law enforcement, and she has a nice home, and she has a home in Florida, and she still has her home in Florida, fortunately. And she said, and when I went back to my high school reunion, guess what? He's literally living in a shack in the woods, right? So she's lucky she didn't stay with that boy. So think about what you would have done for your first love. And did the adults in your life understand how much you loved that person, what your relationship was like, how close you were to that person? Do you remember if you thought the adults got it? I mean, I remember thinking there's no way my parents have ever felt the way I feel right now, right? There's no way. And so they think that their love is different than anything anybody else has ever experienced. And they're going to be very protective of it. So that's important to kind of keep in mind when we're talking about our teens too. Let's see, what else is going on with our teens sort of in their relational self. Teens who date may engage in risky sexual behaviors or find themselves in unhealthy dating relationships. We find teens in abusive and controlling relationships. And we also find teens engaging in those risky sexual behaviors. And we can talk about some of those. There's a continuum to those behaviors too. And when does risky cross over into problematic, right? And that's some things that we have to sort through too. Teens can also sort of have these unrealistic expectations of relationships, of their friendships, of their, just be completely devastated when a friend lets them down. How could they do that to me? It's sort of a, the world is ending. I remember when my son had his first girlfriend, and then she broke up with him, and he literally thought his life was over, right? And I remember sitting with him and having conversation with him, and him just sobbing and just being like, I'll never date again. I'll never find someone I love like that again. That's never going to happen for me. And as a parent, you're trying to sort of be present with them in the moment. But I also remember saying, hey, buddy, there's a reason they're called your first love and not your only love, right? Other people will come along. There's no, I never want to feel this way again. I'm never, ever going to do this, right? So if you think about what those first breakups were also like for you, those can be hard things to kind of manage and handle. So from 10 to 14 with sexuality and intimacy, what's going on? We know that girls develop socially earlier than boys do. And so they're sort of a little more out there with that sort of dating ideas and those kinds of things, but there's still a lot of shyness and modesty that comes in. I remember taking my granddaughter school clothes shopping, and one year she was completely fine with me being in the changing room with her. And the next year I go to follow her to the changing room. She's like, Grammy, wait outside. Right? Like that sense of modesty kicks in for our kids. They have a need for more privacy. We start seeing more doors closed, hiding kind of stuff, like wanting to kind of keep their diary private, not wanting people to kind of see what they're blogging, what they're writing, those kinds of things. They start thinking about and exploring sexual interests and sexual orientation and who do I like and who am I attracted to. They start becoming more concerned about how they appear to others, how they dress. They start worrying about, are they normal? Like, this is happening to my body. Is this normal? Is this what's happening to other people? And then as they get older, that 15 to 19, that sense of love and passion can really intensify. These kids are capable of the same sexual relationships that we as adults are capable of. Their sense of sexual identity becomes more solidified. There's my dog. Sorry about that. I told you he would show up. And then, they also have that capacity for affection and romantic love, same as an adult would, right? So all of that's going on for our kids. Any questions at all about sort of development and what's going on with our kids? Anything come up in the chat, Trish? No? Okay, thank you. All right. So, oh, you unmuted?
I did. No, there's nothing in the chat.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Oh, sure.
My apologies, I could not find my buttons.
Ah.
So, I didn't hear anything, and thank you everyone, for all this vital information. I didn't hear anything just about cultural, not competence, but just, I understand that, a lot of those theories don't necessarily specify culture, but anything that you want to add about that, because definitely those stages of development will be impacted in the families and communities that you live in.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Karen. Culture overrides all of these things, right? So we do know that there is an impact. Race impacts our physical developments of our children. We know that African-American girls tend to reach puberty earlier than their Caucasian counterparts. We also know that regarding relationships, that our culture has a huge overlay of that as to what is appropriate or inappropriate. When Trish was talking earlier about the impact of community, culture, religion, where our kids grow up, how that impacts our development, all of that has an overlay over it, and we need to be mindful of that. I'm doing a lot of work with the military, and we talk about the impact of culture. And one of the things that we discuss a lot is that when folks are based overseas, right, in overseas deployments, if they go to the beach, for example, kids 10, 11 years old are running around in maybe just underwear, or just bottoms, or no bathing suit on the beach. And American soldiers' families are like kind of brought up by that, like, well, how come these kids don't have bathing suits on, and don't they know how dangerous that is? And there's people looking at those children's bodies and all these kinds of things. But it's really sort of the culture in which they are living. That they've also talked about how even with the American culture, that when parents tend to hover over their kids, be protective of them at the playground, etc., that kids in other countries don't want to play with those children because they think there's something quote unquote wrong with them because their parents are always with them 24/7, that they're sort of a different place. We also know that the impact of culture around how we need to sadly or unfortunately present ourselves in society and how we need to be, that based a lot of times on the stuff that's out there and how people perceive race and how people are in the world, that there's a lot of conversations that need to happen around behavior and how we need to act and how we need to present ourselves and how we need to be in spaces and places in ways that others with privilege feel that they can just do and it's okay, and others feel that they can't because there's going to be a different perception of that. So yeah, there's certainly an overlay of that through everything. And thank you for mentioning that. I appreciate it.
Totally
Um,
agree with everything that Renee said, and environment and culture and all of those things are something that we cannot pay attention to. And thank you for bringing it up. Will also let Renee know that we were supposed to take a break in 5 minutes, and before you delve into porn, as exciting as that might be, perhaps we should go ahead and take our break and then come back in 15 minutes.
we all get a 15-minute break, and now I know you'll all come back because we're talking about porn.
Yep.
See you in 15. You want me to just dive right in and get started again? Are we set to go?
Yeah, I think so. If you want to just jump in, that would be fine. We have a good number of people have come back.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, folks. So we're going to talk a little bit about exposure to pornography and its impact on adolescent sexual development. I don't know what's going on with them. We know technology is everywhere these days. We know that kids have access to it. I mean, there was a time when we had a computer, and the advice used to be to put that computer in a public room so that you could see what your kids were accessing at all times. And now we hand them a cell phone, which is basically a computer, and allow them to take it anywhere and everywhere with them, right? So they have access to technology just about all the time, in the variety in their cell phones. A lot of parents don't understand how to kind of put limits on that, how to childproof that in any way. Parents are not aware of how kids are accessing online activities, social media, etc. I've worked with parents who didn't understand that adolescents could access, and children could access pornography through their video games. They just thought that was just a video game, right? Or they didn't know that their youth were talking with other children that they did not even know in these gaming setups, because they thought they were only able to connect with people that they knew or that they were friends with. So our parents have been kind of left behind in this whole evolution of technology, and our kids are right on board with it and sort of know everything about it. That old joke about, if you need to set up your cell phone, hand it to your grandchild is really real, because they just seem to kind of get it. And we're putting technology in kids' hands at a younger and younger ages. Even pediatricians' offices, one of the pediatricians' offices in our area has tablets that when kids come in, they hand them a tablet to play on while they're waiting, because it's better that they sit on the tablet and then they can just wipe that tablet off afterward when the child returns it, as opposed to them interacting and playing with the toys in the room and each other. So spreading less germs that way. So it's sort of everywhere. Technology is everywhere for our kids. We also know that sexuality in our media is prevalent everywhere. It's not just on porn sites. It's in our TV shows. It's in our movies. It's in our music. It's online. It's TikTok. It's everywhere we look. So kids are getting it. We know that the use of pornography increases with age as our children get older, and tends to peak in early adulthood. We also recognize that there's less youth sexting than we commonly thought. So we actually are seeing not as much of that. And we also have to sit and think as a community, how are we defining child pornography versus youth produced or initiated images? So are youth in your community being charged with creating or possessing child pornography if they are exchanging naked pictures with a peer, or are youth kind of blasting those naked pictures out to everybody, as opposed to just an exchange within that quote unquote relationship that they might be having at that time. Because communities are all responding in very, very different ways. Our laws have not kept up with how the boom in sort of our technology. And the laws are taking a long time to sort of catch up. So a lot of communities are reacting very differently to this. And I can't even speak to how your community is responding. You all would know that better than anything. And when we talk later about communities, you all can chime in and kind of give us some information about that. In the last year, I did some research. These are the top 10 apps that our teens tend to be using. If you're not aware of them or how any of them are used, you may want to kind of get involved and kind of get into the know. I talked about how we used to have those desktops. If we look at how much, what devices are being used to sort of Pornhub, let me step back. I wasn't on a porn site. Pornhub is a porn site, is a free porn site, but they also publish an annual report, and you can access this report. If you just Google their Pornhub year in review, you can get access to all kinds of statistics. Just some of the stats that I have pulled. So most 83% of people are accessing Pornhub through a cell phone. About 14% are using desktops still, and about 3% are utilizing tablets. So it's been an increase in the use of phones and a decrease in desktops and tablets for sure. When we think about gaming consoles, about 60.6% of folks are using PlayStation to access Pornhub, 36.8% are using Xbox. And if we think about Nintendo and those other handheld devices, the use of those has gone way, way down between 2020 and 2021. We don't have the stats for 2022 yet. We also know exposure to pornography happens very, very early on. Before the age of 13, 50% of boys and 33% of girls have already been exposed to pornography in some way. Almost 1/3 of all youth are exposed before the age of 10. And most often that access, that exposure to pornography is accidental. Someone is Googling something, looking up something, they type something wrong. It used to be if you wanted to shop at Dick's Sporting Goods, you couldn't just type in www.dicks.com. You had to type in www.dickssportinggoods.com. If you did not put sportinggoods.com on the end of that, you ended up at a porn site with whole bunches of images that would just be on your screen. And once they're there, you know that that algorithm is set and those images are going to continue to show up, and you're going to get, you may be interested in this, you may be interested in this. And so then kids start clicking on those things you may be interested in. So they may stumble upon it accidentally the first time, but then the computer itself or their phone itself feeds them more information of things that they may want to look at. And so that's sort of how exposure continues. Why do our kids watch pornography? Well, same reason a lot of adults do. First of all, curiosity, but our kids are watching it to figure out what bodies look like, what sex is like, all those kinds of things. Some will watch simply to be aroused by it. Others will watch it to masturbate to. Some watch it because they're told not to watch it. So those are our kids who rebel against the rules. And some literally watch it to be disgusted because they find it so horrific. It just kind of grosses them out. And this is particularly our really young kids, that they'll watch it just to kind of that disgusted feeling of sort of what's going on with them. This is sort of a frightening study. So this is about youth 18 to 24 years old. A study released in 2021 found that youth 18 to 24-year-olds watch pornography. They cited pornography as the source to get their most helpful information about how to have sex. So what their partner wants, how they should be behaving sexually, those kinds of things. So they actually are turning to pornography before they're actually talking to their partner about what their partner might like. So if you think about what those images are and what they're seeing in pornography, Trish made a comment earlier that this is not the same pornography that maybe was available when she was a child. Same is true for me, and same is true even for our younger folks on the screen. It used to be that pornography actually consisted of scripts and costumes and producers and storylines and all those things, right, that goes into a regular movie. And there was a whole production to it and editing, et cetera, et cetera. And now a lot of our pornography is live streaming. It is people with GoPro cameras who check into a hotel room for a few hours and enact different acts and put it out there on the web. Our pornography has been shown to be more violent, more graphic. The information that's provided that folks are learning and thinking is good education about sex really is not true. You know, there's things that happen in pornography that are a little more complicated without the takes and the edits and the stopping and the cleaning up and et ceteras that happen. So a lot goes on that our kids are not aware of, and we need to have conversations with them. Erica Lust is actually a female porn producer. And this is one of my favorite quotes. She says, "Kids are learning about sex from porn stars. Imagine if I left my kids to learn about drugs from drug dealers." Right? So what is the messaging that our kids are getting about sex and sexuality? Lots of really inappropriate things. So a lot of our kids are not learning about consent. A lot of times in pornography, the person that the acts are being perpetrated against says no, they're not interested, they don't want to do it, and the person continues to pursue them. And then at the end, this person is in ecstasy and joy. And so our kids are learning that if you just keep doing it, even though they say no, they're going to end up loving it at the end. So that is not good information for our kids to be learning from pornography when they don't have adults who are providing corrective information for them. They are not learning about safety. Very rarely there's studies that talk about how often condoms are actually used in pornography, and very rarely are they shown, are they depicted, or are they utilized. So any kind of barrier protection is not discussed or talked about. The penetrative acts going from one orifice to another, to a mouth, back to an orifice again, happening without any sort of cleanup or protection, is actually increasing the rate of STDs, STIs, et cetera, exposures to other things that can make our kids sick. There's no discussion about that. Cleanliness, STDs, STIs, protection, et cetera. There's also a lot of folks are talking about, well, you know, I know youth, sometimes youth who are interested in same-sex sexual encounters will watch same-sex pornography in order to learn about it, because they live in such isolated communities where they're too embarrassed to ask questions, or they're ashamed of it, or they're afraid of people's responses if they ask questions. And you need to know that also in same-sex pornography, those sexual encounters introduce the same unhealthy stereotypes about gender, about race, about sexual acts. They still show much more of a dominant versus subordinate role in sexual acts. So lots of things happening here. And we also know that once someone goes onto a porn website and they watch something, in order to keep them engaged in that site, the site will come up with a pop-up that is a little bit more enticing around what they may have been watching. And our kids, particularly our younger kids and our adolescents, get sucked into, I call them rabbit holes, right? So they may have just wanted to say, they might have typed in, what is sex? And they end up at a porn site and they see sex. And the next thing you know, they're seeing child pornography. Is after clicking on several links that show up for them, they're suddenly on a site where there actually are children engaging in sexual acts, et cetera. And so now they're getting in trouble for being on child porn, having child porn, downloading child porn onto their phones. But if you think about a child who is 9, 10, 11 years old, are they interested in what adult bodies look like? Are they interested in what children's bodies look like? What their peers might look like if they're naked? So we can sort of understand sometimes how they end up where they are, but the consequences for them are much more serious, because they don't understand necessarily the seriousness, the ramifications of what they're doing. So we need to.
Hey, Renee,
Yes.
there is a question in the chat, and it came up a little while ago, so I'm not quite exactly which type of porn they're referencing, but is there a correlation between grooming tactics and the new type of porn that you've mentioned?
Whoever asked that question, can you tell me a little bit about what you mean?
Yeah, so that was my question. This Sharon. You had mentioned, maybe I might have misheard it, but you mentioned that the porn that you were seeing, it's like with GoPro cameras, is sort of like impromptu.
Mhm.
That felt like a newer type of, I guess, pornography. And at least is new to me in hearing it. So I was just wondering if there's any correlation between any sort of like grooming that's happening now and that kind of freelance porn, if you will, that's happening, or if that's just sort of like commonplace.
I'm not sure, but I do want to kind of separate the conversation because for adolescents and for children who engage in problematic sexual behavior, we don't see grooming type behaviors like we do with adult sex offenders. So I just want to make sure that we're separating those two areas. I'm not sure of a correlation between the new pornography and any grooming that adults might be doing. But I do know that there is a lot of sort of watching kids' activities online and pulling them into discussion rooms, chat rooms, et cetera, to be able to kind of form those connections, getting them to expose themselves and then using that exposure to sort of up the ante and asking for them to perform sexual acts on themselves, to meet, et cetera, with the threat that they will expose them if they do not do so. So I do know that there is some utilization of those kinds of things going on online with adults for sure.
And I agree with Renee that that really important piece, we're not talking about youthful behavior here, that this is strictly usually utilized by adult sex offenders. But we also know that they've been utilizing porn for that purpose since porn was around. So, I mean, it's a different kind of porn now, but they certainly have been using that as a way to get comfortable with having that conversation and talking about, you know, what would this would feel like, and getting the people that they're grooming interested in participating. So I do think it's a tool. I don't know how it's any different than how they used to utilize it.
Thank you for that. If we look at just the most viewed categories, when folks search on Pornhub, these are the list of sort of what comes up as the most searched categories here. I'm not going to read through all those, you all can. What we need to know about pornography is that, and how it impacts problematic sexual behavior, is that when youth engage with pornography, it can reinforce a sense of isolation. It's not often something that kids are doing as a group. It may start out as, oh, look what I found, and they show their peers. And so some peers may sit and watch it with them, but then there are those youth that becomes their go-to, and that's what they want to do, and they're no longer engaging in other activities, pro-social activities with their peers. They want to be in the room on their gaming system looking at porn, and the peers are like, no, I mean, it's summer, I want to go out, I want to go swimming, I want to go ride our bikes, I want to play basketball, I want to do this, that, or the other thing. And they're like, no, this is what I want to do. And so there's that sense of isolation that can come from watching pornography. And when we talk about behaviors that may make a youth more likely to engage in problematic sexual behavior, feeling separated and isolated and being different than their peers is one of those contributing factors. It also can it's associated with marginalization of their social networks. And so people stop asking them to engage in activities with them because they say, oh, they're not going to want to, or they never want to, or all they ever want to do is that. I don't want to go over to his house because that's all he does, or that's all she does, and we don't want to do that anymore. So they're sort of marginalized out. And we also have learned that through studies that the greater consumption levels of pornography that we're seeing with our youth, the poorer their peer relationships become. And so all those are factors that can contribute to problematic sexual behavior. And I saw in the intakes for adolescents in particular that I did, but also for some of our school age kids, the use of pornography was intimately related to their engaging in problematic sexual behavior. They would see things on screen. They would find that arousing. That would be good for a while. But then after a while, they would start to wonder, what does that actually feel like to have it done to me? Or what would it actually feel like to do that to somebody else? And that curiosity with that poor impulse control and poor social skills means that these are not kids typically who are going to find a same age peer to engage in that act with, they're going to find someone that they have some social standing, which is usually someone younger than them, because of the poor social skills associated, and they will then act out that sexual behavior with and or on a younger child. And so we do see a big connection between pornography and our kids engaging in sexual behaviors, for sure. When you were a teen and you guys were making decisions, what kinds of things were important to you as a teen? You can throw some of your comments in the chat. When you were making a decision as a teen, when you were a teen, what was important to you as a teen? Who was important in your life as a teenager? Anybody want to throw anything in the chat?
I'm sorry, it's showing that the chat is disabled.
Oh. Oh, goodness. That's not helpful.
Well, then shout out your answer. What was important when you were a teenager?
Friends.
Friends, peers.
Friends, peers. Yes, absolutely.
Image.
Definitely friends, my crew, my posse.
My crew, my
It is a
posse.
Cell
Yes.
phone.
Yes.
Cell phone.
How did you make decisions? Did you think them out? Write down the pros and cons of what you were going to do? Or did you just sort of decide? Go along with what everybody else was doing? How were you? Shout
Going
it out.
along with everybody else.
Yep, go along. Yep, go along with the crew. Gotcha. Anyone else?
What would happen if my parent found out?
Think about what would happen if my parent found out. Yeah, so there was a little bit of a screening going on for you. Gotcha. How well can I hide this behavior, right? Yeah, are they gonna find out?
I think I lean more towards what can I do without my parents finding out? And how am I going to accomplish that?
How did you feel about an act toward your parents or other adults? Were you comfortable around adults as a kid? Were you comfortable around your parents, friends? Were you comfortable around your teachers, other adults in the community, your friends, your peers, parents? Or were you more like, I'll stick with the kids? I'm seeing a lot of yeses. Our chat is now enabled, y'all. Yes. Resisted authority, but like my parents, my friends' parents. Yeah, I prefer my friends. Okay, great. And when you made a poor decision or you made a mistake, were you the kind of person who admitted to it, or were you the kind of person who denied it, or were you the kind of person who sat around and waited to see what they really knew? And let me change this up for you. How many of you speed if you drive a car? You don't have to raise your hands because I don't want you to get arrested. You pulled over, people tagging you like I'm going to watch them. But when you get pulled over, if you've ever been pulled over for speeding, and law enforcement comes up and they say, the very first question they ask is, do you know why I pulled you over? How many of you say, oh yes, officer, because I was going 75 and a 55? Right? Anybody do that? How many of you are like, I'm not sure, officer, could you tell me? I'm saying, no, they have to tell me, right? No, I'm not going to throw myself under the bus. Absolutely not. Our teens are no different than we are. They're not going to throw themselves under the bus. So when they make a poor decision or make a mistake, they're not going to readily admit to it. A lot of times they're going to wait around to see what we know about what they did before they admit to anything. And there are a few, I see a few of you who are like, no, I admitted to everything because I knew that it was going to be worse if I got caught or if I lied about it, right? Yeah, so that whole adage of you'll be in more trouble if you lie than for the thing that you did is true. But still, we have to think about how our kids are and what they're doing, right? Our kids go through moral development, and anybody who's taken child development knows about Kohlberg. And our development starts from our level one, our pre-morality is we do what's right because we don't want to get caught, we don't want to get punished, right? So I like to liken this to sort of like when you're training a dog, they will do something for a treat, for a reward, or they'll do it so that they don't get it, they won't engage in the behaviors, they don't get in trouble. So they learn to go outside to use the toilet because they know that if they do it inside, they're going to get in trouble. So at level one, pre-morality is really sort of like canine morality. Level two, conventional morality is they want to be seen as a good boy or a good girl, right? So I'm going to do it because I want someone to say, oh, good job, good boy, you did the right thing. Or you do it because it's the right thing to do, right? You just do it because it's the right thing to do. That's what the law says. That's what the rule is. I like to liken this one more to sort of playground morality. Sort of, we do what everybody else does on the playground. When we're playing kickball, it's the majority of what we think the rules are. That's what the rules are in the game, and it can change. And level 3 is really sort of where we hope most people get to, but quite honestly, a lot of adults never get to level 3, which is post-conventional morality, which is doing what's right, even if it's against the law. So I'm going to do this thing because I think it is the right thing to do. One of the ways that we're seeing this play out around our nation is a lot of folks, even though the idea of smoking marijuana was illegal in most states, people did it anyways because they thought the law was wrong. And now states are actually amending and changing their laws around that area. And then the last one is this is sort of the Gandhi principle, right? Stage 6 is just doing what is right because of your own sense of inner conscience and being right in the world. And that's what you need to do. And so I sort of liken that to sort of like Gandhi, right? And his principles that he lived by. So those are our different stages of moral development. How do you think most youth would respond if they get into trouble? Where do you think most of our kids that we're working with who engage in problematic sexual behavior, where do they think they are? Level 1, level 2, or level 3? Any thoughts? I'm going to tell you that, yeah, a lot of them start out in level 1 for sure. Yeah, for sure. And some because of their age, and some because they haven't had adults in their lives who are encouraging them to think outside of that, to kind of bring them to that next level of moral development. And that's important for us to think about. I really want to kind of keep moving here. We've talked about a lot of these things and sort of what's going on. So you just know that, kids 10 to 19 years old, that they are starting to sort of think about their place in the world, how they fit into the world, what the world means to them, how they want to be in the world, how the world is treating them, et cetera. So all that is playing into their sense of development of values and what's important to them. And again, parents, culture, tradition, et cetera, is still very, very, very important to our youth, particularly when we have adults who engage in conversations with children around things that are important. I'm just going to kind of skip through some of these because you all can read. But again, family is the most important thing for our youth. So why do our kids make bad decisions? What's going on in their heads? How many of you have gotten so frustrated with a kid? They're like, oh my God, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And how many of kids can actually give us a reason for that? The majority of our youth cannot. They don't consider the consequences of their words or their actions, right? They don't think it through to the end. They're living sort of in the moment. So a kid may be, kid comes home from school and a parent says, do you have any homework? And that kid thinking, if I say yes, they're going to make me sit down and do my homework. But if I say no, I'm going to get to go hang out with my friends, or I'm going to get on my games, or I'm going to get to do whatever it is I want to do, right? That's more important to me right now. So I'm going to say, no, I don't have any homework. They're living in the moment. They're thinking, what do I want? What's my reward right now in this moment by saying I don't have homework? What they're not thinking about is at some point, that decision is going to catch up with them. Either they're going to get caught sort of cramming in their homework later on if they're a good student, or they're just not going to do their homework at all. And then they're going to get reports back to school that homework wasn't done, wasn't turned in. Parents are going to then do the whole, I asked you for homework, you lied to me, you said you didn't, and you did, et cetera, et cetera. And so that sort of cycle starts. So that's one of the reasons our kids make bad decisions, is they just don't think things through, or they make decisions emotionally. And we see our kids doing this all the time. They respond with an emotional reaction as opposed to thinking through what's going on with them. Somebody bumps into a kid in line and they punch that kid, and they don't stop to think, maybe that was accidental. They take it as a personal affront, right? So emotional decision making. And they're a lot more reactive versus reflective. So they just tend to respond to what's happening in the moment, as opposed to, again, thinking things through. Our teens can easily reach a flashpoint with anger, with impulse. They just think and do. There's not a whole lot of think, pause, do. That's a think, do kind of response. And we really have to teach our kids to to pause before they engage in actions. And that's really an important part of the treatment that we provide for both our school age and our adolescents. And there's also this part of them that is driven to seek out experiences that will thrill, scare, and excite them. Why do kids drive so fast in cars? Why do kids go cliff jumping into water? Why do kids do things that we know are dangerous behaviors, but they engage in them anyways? And they do that because the serotonin levels in their brains are at an all-time low as adolescents, yet when they are exposed to something exciting or dangerous or thrilling, those levels skyrocket to an all-time peak, right? So it's their base level is very, very low, but the capacity to have it on board is very, very high. And so when they're just generally engaging in life and you hear teens say, I'm so bored, nothing's fun, life stinks, yada, yada, they're right. That's really sort of where they're at. And then when they engage in that activity, those levels go sky high for them. And so that's like, if you all ever went to amusement parks when you were a kid or did silly things like go jumping off cliffs into water, and it was so much fun and it was so exciting and it was like the best thing in the world. And now when you go back as an adult and you engage in that same behavior, it just doesn't have the same pull. It doesn't have the same drive. It's because those levels have sort of evened out. They've equalized more where we're not at such a low to start and we don't get to such a high. So those hormone levels have sort of leveled out a bit. So that's why they seek out experiences that will thrill, scare, and excite them, because they want that rush, that feeling that can kind of shoot through them. Lots of things, and again, in being mindful of time, there's lots of ways to support our adolescents in helping them make good decisions. First of all, we have to give them the ability to make decisions. We have to allow them choices and options to make decisions. And then we have to help them to think through decisions. Kids are not born with the capacity to make good, thoughtful, planful decisions. We actually have to sit and talk with them about it. So starting with decisions that don't mean a whole lot. Well, let's think about your choices. What are your choices here? What makes that a good choice, or what might make that less of a good choice? So we have to allow them to sort of learn how to think through and teach them how to think through the choices that are presented to them. And then sometimes when they make a poor choice, sometimes we have to let them have the natural consequence for that choice, right? That there's a natural consequence that comes from not doing your homework. Or there's, and again, we're not going to allow natural consequences in situations that could be life-threatening or dangerous, but we do have to pick those areas where we're allowing our children to make poor choices, because those poor choices are going to result in them learning something from them, and then allowing them the opportunities to have a do-over, to try again, to make another choice, make another decision. And again, there's just some more material here for you about what works at what age to help kids make good decisions. So there's just lots of information in here. I want to kind of move on to this continuum of adolescent sexual behavior. We have this typical normative type behavior that Trish did a good job talking about earlier today, sort of what's happening sort of typically and normally for kids at certain ages. And then in the middle, we have these concerning behaviors that, you know, they can cause some flags for us. We're like, that's not maybe a good choice, or that's not going to be a good outcome for them. And then we actually have problematic or illegal sexual behaviors. And we're going to kind of break those down a little bit. What makes something problematic, harmful? Well, we have to think about who's involved, what is their age, all those things that Trish talked about, right? As a society, we have a lot of things. Again, this sort of plays into some of the things we talked about. Well, let me read it. What personal characteristics and societal standards influence our decision-making on what constitutes adolescent harmful sexual behaviors? Well, the age that it's happening. If an 8-month-old reaches out and grabs a stranger's breasts in the grocery store, are we going to charge that child with molesting someone? No, they're an 8-month-old and they may be breastfeeding, and that's what they do. If it's an adolescent who does that, do we have a different response to that behavior? So the age the child is, right? Sometimes our religion can affect whether or not we see things as harmful. Our culture definitely impacts how we perceive things, what we think is normal, what are our beliefs around that, what is allowable in our society or not allowable. And then also people's sexual orientation, their gender identity, and their gender expression all can impact whether or not folks are seeing behaviors as harmful or not. So there's lots of sort of things that are going on out there. So developmentally expected behaviors might be some common behaviors like age appropriate sexual activity, whether it's our younger end of the spectrum, like hand holding or kissing or saying they have a boyfriend or girlfriend, all the way up through, even though they may not be at the age of consent, to 16-year-olds engaging in a consensual sexual act together, even though consent is a legal term, but they both agree to engage in this behavior together. So consensual behavior, and that these behaviors are not interfering with their normal sort of life activities. They're not doing these in lieu of engaging in other behaviors. When things become risky to themselves or to others, these can be situations that put teens at risk for consequences such as pregnancy or STDs. We can also think about teens who are engaging in having sexual relationships with multiple peers. You know, we used to call this promiscuous behavior. Sometimes we see in this category youth who are trafficked youth, are youth that are being sexually exploited in sexually exploited youth. A lot of times folks want to say that those sexually exploited youth are engaging in problematic behaviors, but they are not. They are actually the victim of the act. They are not the one engaging in that behavior, right? It's the folks who are exploiting them that are engaging in the illegal component of that. So we have to look at who is the victim, sort of who is being impacted by this behavior. We can see some elements of doing things because all my peers are doing it. I once had a teenager who came to me and was very worried about her little cousin, who said that she was, quote unquote, going to lose her virginity this summer because none of her peers were virgins anymore and she didn't want to be not like them. She's like, how do I talk to her about this? Isn't something you just do to fit in with everybody else? Like, you know, so using your peers as sort of your line. Teens also are taking more risks online, but we're also seeing some of that online exchange of sexual talk, photos, etc., is becoming an element of developmentally expected behaviors. We even see those same acts as part of adult dating behaviors now, right? So the phone, the capacity to produce images, exchange texts, exchange videos, etc., is sort of becoming normalized in our dating structure. And we need to kind of figure out, where does that cross the line into problematic, and where is that something that's maybe risky versus what is that sort of almost expected behaviors at this age. And that's changing. That line is changing and moving. We've had a lot of debates at OU about that conversation, even amongst the therapists who provide this treatment. So all that's happening. We know that things are problematic when they're illegal behaviors, when there's coercion involved, when there's aggression involved. And coercion can be something as simple as, if you don't do this, I'll tell mom you didn't listen to me when I was supposed to be babysitting you, to, if you don't do this, you can't play my video game. Coercion as simple as that, as opposed to something that's more like a force or a threat. Aggression is definitely when behavior is problematic, when they're forcing someone to engage in a behavior. And when a caregiver attempts to intervene to stop a behavior from happening, and the child continues to persist. I had a 5-year-old once that was expelled from kindergarten because the youth continued to peek under the stalls despite teachers intervening and telling them that they couldn't engage in that behavior. And then the 5-year-old got suspended from school and eventually got expelled from school because of this behavior. And we had to go in and work with the school and say, well, do you have any sort of single stall bathrooms in the school anywhere? And they said, well, the teacher's bathroom is a single toilet. There isn't multiple toilets in a room. And we're like, well, can the child use that toilet? Like, can someone walk them to that bathroom and allow them to use that bathroom while we work on addressing this behavior, just to get this 5-year-old back in school? Because can you imagine being expelled from school as a kindergartner? right? So when they're not responding to caregiver intervention, that's when a behavior becomes problematic. And we need to kind of be mindful of that and aware of that. I'm not sure what is happening in this slide. Oh, so how many kids are engaging in problematic sexual behavior? We have absolutely no idea. There's no way that we know. There's no systemic way to identify this. There's no way that things are being categorized. If you speak to law enforcement on your MDT, and some of you may be on here, or to probation, there's not certain ways that these cases are being categorized. Sometimes reports are coming in and they're not even getting written up. They're coming in as a report. They respond. It's been problematic sexual behavior. Law enforcement addresses it, basically decides not to issue an appearance ticket or an arrest, et cetera, sort of deals with it. And then it's gone. And then where's the count? How do we count that? We do know that what we have are purely estimates of behaviors, estimates based on some of the data that we do have. We know that from our CACs that 25% of the cases that we're seeing in most CACs, 25 to 30% are quote unquote kid on kid cases or problematic sexual behavior cases. We know that about 30% of all sexual abuse convictions are against youth under the age of 18. So that's another one of our stats that we have, about 30% of our sex abuse convictions. And finally, David Finkelhor did a study, and they originally asked youth about child sexual abuse let me get this right, so when they defined it as child sexual abuse, the youth thought that it was an adult to a child. When they redefined it and talked about it as being something that could be peer-to-peer type behavior, the numbers went sky high, and about 2/3 of all child sexual assaults, using the word assault as opposed to abuse, 2/3 of all childhood sexual assaults by youth report were by other youth. So only about 1/3 of those assaults were actually by adults. So the numbers are quite high. We know that there's a lot of it out there. We also know that this behavior starts in a lot of complex and varied ways. We know that some of our youth have models of coercion modeled for them. This can be youth who are growing up in homes where there is domestic violence, which is a huge component of problematic sexual behavior, but also youth who grow up in homes where there is physical abuse, where there's corporal punishment, where there's bullying in the community, where there's community levels of violence, all that modeling of coercion, using power to get one's way over someone with less power is part of what can lead to a youth engaging in problematic sexual behavior. Ironically, the idea of if someone is sexually abused, they become someone who sexually abuses others has really been debunked. The younger a child is, so our preschoolers who maybe have been victims of sexual abuse, because remember, they process their world by enacting their world. They can't think about it in their heads, may sexually act out more. So the younger a child is when they're a victim of abuse, at that age, they may then reenact that behavior. But sex abuse as a contributing factor to problematic sexual behavior decreases as kids get older. So we see a real decline in that. And the vast majority of our older youth and our adolescents have not been victims of sexual abuse. It's not correlated with becoming someone who engages in problematic sexual behavior. But we do know that the younger someone is and the more penetrative acts that they have, the more likely it could be a contributing factor. But when we also think about sex abuse, we're not talking about just acts that happen to them. It could also be exposure to sexual material. It could also be exposure to sexual acts, maybe by older siblings or by caregivers who are not being discreet within the household. So those also can be contributing factors to problematic sexual behavior, but actual victimization is much less a factor. We know family adversity, so families where there's single parent families who, through no fault of their own, and plus me, I was a single parent for a very long time. I'm talking about parents who are working 2 or 3 jobs to keep roofs over their kids' heads, to keep food on table, etc. So they're not present and not home to provide the level of oversight necessary for their kids. That can be considered a family adversity that could potentially lead to problematic sexual behavior, as well as caregivers maybe with mental health diagnoses or depression or substance abuse disorders, et cetera. Those kinds of things can lead to less oversight of children, and that can result in more of a chance that a child may engage in problematic sexual behavior. Plus, there's also individual vulnerabilities. We know that kids with impulse control disorders, some kids with mental health diagnoses, kids with attention deficit disorder, those kinds of learning disabilities, language disabilities, those sort of vulnerabilities can contribute to a youth engaging in problematic sexual behavior. They are not causative, but they are correlated. So we just need to be mindful of all of these things, particularly when we're looking at youth that we're working with, what's going on with them. And then again, these slides, I'm really not going to kind of go through these. These are here for your information, sort of problematic sexual behavior versus sexual risk-taking behavior, and sort of where do those vulnerabilities sort of line up here also. We also need to think about what sort of kicks off or drives someone to engage in problematic sexual behavior. It can be a lot of different things. It can be impulsivity. I think about it and I do it. For our youth, curiosity is a huge one. I wanted to know what it would feel like. I wanted to know what it would look like. I wanted to know what it would taste like. I wanted to know all those different things, right? So curiosity is a big one. Our kids who get preoccupied with sex and sexuality and sort of get ultra focused on it, and then they engage in problematic sexual behavior. The normative arousal cycle, so they get aroused and they don't know what to do with that arousal, and they engage in a sexual behavior with someone else in order to address that arousal. Some kids will engage in this behavior just simply because they know that they're not supposed to, and that's that defiance, that rule breaker, right? Those kids. We know that trauma can impact it. We talked about that, how sometimes it can be that they're exposed to violence or they're exposed to sexual behaviors, etc. Sometimes kids engage in these behaviors because they're bored, right? They just do it. We know self-soothing, and this is particularly around like public masturbation, that it's a self-soothing behavior, touching themselves, etc. This deviant sexual arousal, I'm going to tell you that this is less than 1% of all children that we work with, that they are actually aroused by prepubescent or pubescent children, right? So they are aroused by that child. What we do find a lot in treatment is that kids think that they have deviant sexual arousal, but what they were is sexually aroused and a child was available to them. And so sometimes in treatment, we're teasing out sort of what was happening first. Was it they saw a child and got sexually aroused, or were they sexually aroused and then there was a child and they sexually acted out on them? Those are two very different things, and it's sort of working through some of that in treatment is really important. And then attention seeking. And then these question marks are, sometimes we have no idea sort of what started this behavior happening for our kids, and they don't either. So those are some of the drivers or triggers for their behaviors. We do know those common dynamics I've been highlighting for you guys is that sexual curiosity plus an opportunity to sexually act out. These youth tend to be developmentally immature. They may be socially awkward, socially isolated. They may be impulsive. These are not the kids that have usually a large peer group, although we do certainly have those youth that we have worked with who are sort of like the, on the football team or really popular, and that's more of a sense of entitlement, and that's where some of that sexual behavior comes from. We do also see youth engaging in these behaviors who have antisocial personality characteristics. So it's just a general pattern of delinquency. They're not just engaging in problematic sexual behavior, but they're stealing bikes and skipping schools and stealing from the store, and all kinds of other delinquent acts are going on. And like I said, rarely about 1% is it because they are sexually attracted to prepubescent youth. So, and again, I already went through this sort of what some of those factors might be. Any questions about that topic that we've covered so far? Are we good? Throw it in the chat because chat is working now, or ask. All right, I'm going to really quickly go through treatment just because Everybody needs to know about treatment. We're not going to take a deep dive. You have these slides if you're interested, and you can read a lot of them yourselves. I don't want to do a deep dive, but no matter what your role is, whether you're law enforcement or your probation or you're the court system or you're a child welfare worker, or you all have to know about treatment also, because you're the ones who are first going to be talking to families about treatment, about getting engaged in treatment, about getting involved in treatment. If you're making referrals for treatment, you should know what are some of the components of good therapy, so that you're making good informed choices about who your referral sources are and who you're referring folks to. Mostly we want folks to be referred to good evidence-based treatment, right? Something that's been proven to work. Good treatment takes into account some of these protective factors. These protective factors are things that we know can protect youth from engaging in problematic sexual behavior. And these are also areas that we really want to emphasize and build on in a good treatment model. So a good treatment model talks about healthy boundaries and supports good healthy boundaries and modeling of healthy boundaries. So we start talking about in our safety plans with youth and families about people need to be clothed when they're walking around the house. Bathroom doors need to be closed, only one person in the bathroom at a time. When children are changing, it's only one child in the room at a time as they're changing. Good, healthy boundaries around those kinds of things. When we have caregivers who protect our youth from harm and from trauma, that can be a protective factor for our youth. And so we want to increase that. So increasing the parents' awareness is sort of what's going on. And you all, I know, have children who are growing up in very, very violent neighborhoods and very violent environments, and there's high crime rates and a lot of stuff going on. But not all the kids are being affected by that because the parents are providing a good boundary and a good barrier for them and protecting them from some of that, seeing some of that, or being aware of some of that, or not putting them in situations where they're going to be impacted by that, or they're having conversations with them. So protection to the best of folks' abilities to protect them is really important. Helping parents to understand the need to provide good guidance and good supervision. So what does it look like to supervise a 7-year-old is different than what it looks like to supervise a 12-year-old is different than what it looks like to supervise a 15-year-old. Sometimes, right? Sometimes we're supervising that 15-year-old like a 7-year-old, particularly when we first learned about that problematic sexual behavior, and we're still assessing sort of what's what and what's happening here. But helping parents understand and set good rules and follow through with consequences and provide good supervision is important. We want to increase every opportunity we have for our youth to develop good, healthy friendships. So any kind of social activities that we can get them involved in, we're going to encourage pro-social activities like jobs and teams and school choirs and churches and youth groups, and any of those things get our youth involved with other youth. Those good, healthy friendships are important. If we have an adult in a child's life that they can feel comfortable talking to them about their feelings, it doesn't have to be a parent, sometimes it's a coach. But those are good protective factors for our youth when they have these people in their lives that they can talk to about things. When we can set our kids up for success, when they have successful experiences and things that they're interested in. So if they are athletic, if we set them up on a team so they can have success on the field, if they're musically inclined, if we can help them to engage in choirs or bands or any of those kinds of things, orchestra, to have successful experiences. And it can be something as simple as someone who is crafty and we teach them how to knit or to crochet, and they can create something, and that's a success and people can praise them for what they're doing. It can be something as simple as crayons and paper, right? And coloring and activities, and just helping people to feel good about what they can produce. And then finally, those adaptive coping skills, helping people to be able to defer gratification in a society where we have no deferral of gratification. How many of you all have access to, if you want to order something online, you can have it delivered to your door within 2 hours, right? I remember a time when if you wanted to read a book from the library, you used to have to put your name on a list, and you would have to wait until everybody on that list before you read the book and returned it before you would get access to that book. You had to delay the gratification of reading the newest novel that was out. Now you can just order it and it's on your phone in an instant. And we can have it in an instant. So there's no real delay of gratification. And I also talk a little bit about this adaptive coping skills thing about being told no and not getting the trophy. So I liken this to our kids now to that trophy generation. If you participate in an activity, you get a trophy automatically. There's no need to sort of be in the top 3 of that group in order to get that trophy, right? Everybody gets a trophy. So if there's not enough teams available, we create more teams so that we don't have to tell kids that they didn't make the team. Nobody gets the message anymore. Well, your skills weren't good enough. Keep working, try out again next year. That's not the message our kids are getting. So they're not sort of hearing those messages until they're in the job market, right? Until they actually, as adults or as older adolescents, get a job and their behavior, their performance isn't up to the standard it needs to be. And sometimes that's the first time our youth are hearing that you're not good enough, or that's not okay, or you didn't measure up. And so we need to create opportunities for that early on. These protective factors, if you work in the area of prevention, these are things that we can be increasing for all of our kids across the board. These will protect our kids from lots and lots of behaviors. We need to have collaborative responses to problematic sexual behavior. We need to have folks from child welfare, law enforcement, juvenile justice, schools, medicine, behavioral health, all responding in the same way. And that response really needs to be to our youth. This behavior is serious, but there's hope. There's hope that there's good treatment out there, right? That there's ways that we can respond to this. We know that there's help. Our families often come to us thinking that if their youth has engaged in problematic or illegal sexual behaviors, that their child is a pedophile or is a sex offender, or that is what their future is going to look like. So it can make them resistant to seeking help. This is an opportunity for us to dispel those myths as a whole. Each of us in our role to let folks know that that is not the truth, and that there's good help and good treatment out there for our youth and for them. So when we're making decisions around clinical work with our kids, we need to think about certain things, and safety is our first priority. This is where that child who's impacted by the sexual abuse comes first. If they are uncomfortable, or if they do not feel safe, or we do not think that they would be safe with this youth remaining in the home, then we're going to make the decision that that youth cannot remain in the home and that they need to be placed elsewhere, whether that's with a family friend, a family member, foster care, or some other setting. We're going to keep that impacted youth as our first priority and their safety as our first priority. We also need to be thinking about the community as a whole when we're making our clinical decisions. Is the community going to be safe if this youth remains in the community? And we know by studies that that is absolutely true. We also know our assessments are, we have to look at every single child as an individual. We can't liken any one case that we may be working on to another case that we've had under similar circumstances for the same age, because everybody brings their own set of personal circumstances, and each youth needs to be looked at as an individual. And thus, when we make our decisions around treatment or planning our interventions, each plan is going to be different. There's no automatic plan for any particular youth, because it really depends on the risk and protective factors, the behaviors they've engaged in, the circumstances that brought them to us, etc. A lot of this is what we take into consideration when we're making our treatment decisions. How frequent do they need to be? How intense does treatment need to be? Is family going to be involved? All those things are important to us. There's a continuum of treatment, and there's different slides on that as we go forward with the day that I will get into. But what we know in good treatment programs is that a good treatment program, a good evidence-based treatment, is going to have parents involved. Even if we're talking a 17 or an 18-year-old adolescent, caregiver involvement is critical, and we're going to spend a lot of time talking about this afternoon. We need adults that are going to be monitoring and supervising these youth, that's an important part of our program, that there's clear structure for youth and clear expectations for them, and that we reinforce and reward good behavior, and that there's consequences for poor choices. And we're also working on communication and problem solving skills, because we want parents and teens to have good communication with each other. And we also want them to be able to work on those problem solving skills that we talked about earlier, right? We want to work on self-control, thinking through decisions, both for sexual and non-sexual situations. We want them to be able to make pro-social choices in those areas. Again, we want to really reinforce positive or desired behaviors, and really kind of build on the strengths that they're already showing and possessing. So if we can build those, that's great for our kids. We want to encourage them to be involved with their peers, pro-social involvement. We really want to discourage them being involved with negative or delinquent peers. because we know that that can influence our kids. We really need to encourage an investment in schools, in grades, in pursuing something beyond sort of where they're at in the moment, whether that is a vocation or higher education, et cetera. And again, pro-social activities around community activities, jobs, and also dating when we're talking about our older adolescents. You know, what are some of the rules we're going to set up around dating? All right. Treatment program really is we interact quite frequently with our probation officers and with our judges. Should be, if referrals are coming from them, we should be sending back quarterly reports about sort of how they're doing in treatment, sort of what's happening, responding to judges' requests for reports, attorneys' requests for reports, those kinds of things. We're very aware that our youth, a lot of our particularly our older adolescents may be involved in the juvenile justice system. We want to make sure that there's really clear boundaries established between what the juvenile justice system is doing, what the treatment program is, but that our families are aware that we're talking to each other, right? So in my community, for example, we once had a judge order an adolescent into our treatment program. And I had the fun job of going back to that judge and saying, I'm sorry, Your Honor, but that's a clinical decision. And I have to, you can order the youth to come for an assessment and an intake, but you can't actually order them into treatment for us because that's a clinical decision. And I kind of have to make that myself based on my skills and what I know about this behavior. So it's just making sure we have those sort of boundaries clear. And if needed be that we can call on each other. So we can call on probation if we have a youth that's not engaging or a family that's not engaging. We can go back to court or we can go back to probation to kind of re-emphasize the need to complete and participate is really, really important. So that partnership is really, really critical for us and with child welfare also. In my community, one of the things we saw is that if child welfare got a case, and in New York, it was child that engaged in the behavior, parents were made aware of the behavior, and then the child engaged in the behavior again, then the CPS report would go in against the parent because the parent knew or should have known that the child could engage in this behavior and had failed to provide adequate supervision. And then once a decision was made that this child needed to be involved in problematic sexual behavior treatment, and child welfare made that referral, they would close the case. But as soon as the case was closed, we would lose the incentive for the parent to show up. So we need a good 2, 3, 4 weeks with that parent involved and invested in the treatment process before child welfare can close those cases. So we need to communicate with our partners about what our needs are in order to be able to work together with each other. Because we do need to be partners in this process, not each working in silos separate from each other. And we're going to talk about caregivers extensively, so I'm not going to kind of jump into all of that. MST is another program for problematic sexual behavior. It's a bit more intense. It usually is a much smaller caseload, and it is the therapist meeting the child both in the school, at home, and in the community, working closely with caregivers, with teachers, with the youth themselves. It's much more intensive. It's usually for youth who've engaged in not only problematic sexual behavior, but also maybe have other delinquent behaviors going on. Also, or more complex family and social issues happening within the home. Again, it's evidence-based. It's very intensive training and a fidelity monitoring. We talked a little bit about this and sort of what our treatment program is like. We do have a manual that we use, but it's not a cookbook. It's not a workbook. It's allowed to be personalized to the youth within the group and to the therapist. These are the different models that we have, and I apologize that this slide seemed to be cut off, but we do have a preschool model for kids 3 to 6 years old, which is 12 sessions long. A school age model for kids 7 to 12 years old, which is approximately 18 sessions long. Sessions are 60 to 90 minutes. And all of these, the caregiver is absolutely essential and must be involved. And then we have our adolescent model, which can be 6 to 12 months. Most often it's 12 months unless the youth has been previously involved in another program somewhere, such as they're aging out or coming out of a residential program. And again, 6 to 12 months worth of treatment, 90-minute sessions with heavy caregiver involvement. We've done some outcome studies, and for our adolescent program, we studied 220 youth over 10-year follow-up. So we looked at arrest records, child welfare records, anything that we could this was all in Oklahoma. And what we found is for youth who successfully completed the program, our recidivism rate it's actually less than 3%. The newest studies are out. It's around 2% these days. Are of those who successfully complete the program go on to engage in another problematic sexual behavior. We also know that most of those problematic sexual behaviors are not an impacted youth, but are usually pornography or online activity. So different. And for those who don't complete our program, start our program, but don't complete our program, the recidivism rate is about 15%. So it's good. It works. We know that it works. This is just another chart sort of showing the same thing, that youth had engaged in non-sexual type crimes, about 8%, but you can see that all of our sexual behaviors are down around 2% here, right? So if youth are engaging in a lot of different sort of delinquent behaviors and they get involved in a good evidence-based problematic sexual behavior program, because we don't just, excuse me, focus on the sexual behavior, we focus on good decision-making and communication and good supervision, we find that delinquency goes down overall, not just the problematic sexual behavior, but delinquency overall. And again, we're going to spend some time on caregivers participation. So these slides are here for you. Even our youth involved in our programs credit their successes to the fact that their parents participated with them in that program, and that it didn't just leave the youth to come to the treatment by themselves. We can have group models or family models. Group models can have a variety of youth involved. We can have males and females involved together in a group. Or we can have a family-based model, which is just the child and their parents involved in treatment. So either way, again, sort of some of the components of the treatment program. These are what we're trying to enhance and increase. I'm trying to get us to lunch, everybody. What we're trying to do is create a safe environment for our kids to expand their social skills, to increase their knowledge base around the laws or rules around sexual behavior. So for our younger kids, it's what are the rules around sexual behavior? And you can find those on our website. Those are free and available to everybody. Or we talk with our older youth about the laws and what the laws say and what the penalties can be for breaking those laws. So we provide education. We provide education around sex and sexuality, and making good pro-social choices, and what are some of the reasons for the choices that they would make. So we don't just say, would you do this or not do this behavior, but what would make you decide to do this behavior or not do this behavior? What is the reasoning behind it? Really look at good reasoning and helping them to sort of sort through some of that stuff. All of those are important components in our treatment program for our kids. Phew. Any questions on any of what we've covered thus far this morning? I know you all have agendas and you're like, we are way behind. We are not, because Trish and I know what the time looks like and how long things were going to take, but we just wanted to get everything on the agenda. I promise we'll get through all of it. Any questions from anybody? Okay. Do we want to take a lunch now and break now for a lunch? I'm looking.
We have 15 minutes, so I can run through 15 minutes worth of the next presentation and keep us on track time-wise, or we can break early and come back 15 minutes early.
Do our hosts have a say what they would like to do? I can't be back until 1 p.m. So, all right, so we're going to we'll power through. Trish, I will stop sharing. You can share. And then we will break when we said we would break at 12, because some of you planned your schedule around that. So we will do that and we'll break.
All right.
Break. Okay.
That sounds great. Any questions or comments before we move on to the next presentation? And why did it not pull up the right PowerPoint? Okay, just a second. I had it pulled up and it's not showing up for me. My computer is being very slow today.
That's not okay.
No, not. And a few of these slides are repeats, which is also good because that means we can get through them a little bit more quickly. All right, hopefully you guys are seeing that, correct? Yes, seeing the slides? Okay, perfect, thank you. So now we're going to talk a little bit about how do we balance community safety, which Renee has already touched on a couple of times, and the treatment needs in addressing the behavior that we see in these kids. This disclaimer is the same one that we already had previously, so I'm just going to skip over that. But I love this quote when we are talking about these children, and I mentioned it a little bit in my earlier part of the presentation. But this is from Ralph Waldo Emerson, and treat children as they are and they will remain as they are. Treat children as they could be and they will become as they should be. So it's really a reminder to me about the impact that our words have on everybody, but particularly for children as they are learning and growing and becoming the person that they can be in the future. So if you think about the issues that we have with psychological maltreatment, and we know the impact that words can have. So stepping back a little bit from PSB, if we tell children that they are worthless and that they have ruined our lives and that we hate them, how many times do you have to say that before they believe it? And if they start believing those things, then how are they going to grow up? What are they going to believe about themselves? If they believe that they are worthless, then are they going to make good decisions about their own health and safety? And are they going to make good decisions about how they interact with other people? Yes or no? No, right? So now you escalate that to the level where we're talking about the words that we use when we're referencing these kids with problematic sexual behavior. If you're told that you're a pervert, if you're told you're a sexual offender, if you're told that you are should be in prison because of your actions, if you're told that you're a monster because of your actions, how long does it take before you believe that? I don't have the answer to that question. I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that eventually, if you hear that enough times, you're going to stop believing it. So we are really proponents of making sure when we are talking about this population that we reference to them as children. They are not many perpetrators. They are not monsters. They are not many child molesters, because we know from the research and the work that we have done and the studies that are out there that we can change the behavior of these children and get them back on track and have them recognize the rules and the behavior that are acceptable in society. But we can't do it by ourselves either. We've already talked about the importance of the caregivers and the community agencies that respond to these children, and the message that they're giving makes a difference. So if a law enforcement officer knocks on your door and starts talking to your child as if they are a pervert and a danger to society, that's going to have an impact on the family and their willingness to be open for support and resources that are in the community. Same for child welfare workers, same for that first responder, no matter who it is. Their message is just as important as the message they'll receive when they finally reach the resources that will be able to provide them treatment. That it's serious, but that there is hope. And instead of just saying all is lost and off to prison with you, because that's just what we need to do, because you can't be in society. So again, I already talked about some of the responses that we've had in the different communities that we have worked with. We have that whole gamut of response from boys will be boys, all the way to punitive, lock them away either inpatient or into juvenile detention because they're not safe to be in society. Again, either one of those reactions is not going to be helpful. If we're going to change this behavior, then we have to figure out a way to address it. And we have to work together as a team in order to do that. Somebody dropped something in the chat here.
That
Oh,
was
thank you.
me.
That was Renee. So thank you. And just some other additional resources for you. And again, so the reaction of boys will be boys and we just need to ignore it, still going to lead to continued victimization because that behavior has not had any intervention. Same with the reaction as a super predator. Harsh criminalization is not necessarily going to lead to an intervention that is helpful and stop that behavior. So what are some of the barriers in the community that we see in working with these adolescents? Renee touched on this quickly, but we have all of these different agencies that have different perspectives and different missions when they're supporting children and families that need to work together and come together to support these children and families. But a lot of times, none of them ever talk about these kids existing in their community and what their response is going to be. And so we discovered in Oklahoma when we started implementing this program many years ago that when a teacher discovered that a child was having inappropriate behavior in their classroom with other children, their initial response was to reach out to child welfare. So from the teacher's perspective, they were doing what their policy was and they were doing what they were supposed to do in order to address the behavior of these children. Not that they weren't also doing interventions in the classroom, but that their policy was they were to reach out to child welfare. And at that time, our child welfare's policy in the state of Oklahoma, when that type of information came into the hotline, was because the person who had the problematic sexual behavior was a youth, then they screened it out because it wasn't a third-party perpetrator. So they weren't going to be involved in that issue. So the schools thought they were doing what they needed to do. Child welfare thought that they were doing what they needed to do. Who was responding to these kids and families? Nobody. So there wasn't any intervention. So it wasn't until all of these different agencies started having a conversation with one another within the community that we realized that there were huge gaps in the system and huge gaps in the support that was going out towards these children and families. Is there any known data with PSB with children on children and ones who did treatments and children who did no treatment? Yes, we have a study that was conducted, a 10-year follow-up study. And Renee, I'm not the research person on this call, but you can correct me if I say anything that's not.
We're actually going to get into that right after lunch if we want.
Oh, that's right. We are. So, yeah. Oh, it's a tantalizer. We will provide that information to you when we return from lunch. And so, you have to come back. So again, one of the things that we realized is that there was a lack of evidence-based treatment to work with these children and families, and there was a huge fragmented response by communities on how they were reacting. And our research has shown us that we have to have caregivers involved in this treatment. You will hear us say that multiple times throughout the day. And we also have to recognize what is appropriate treatment in order to have an impact with these children and their families. So one of the questions that came up, and a couple of different articles that are referenced here that you can look up if you're interested, is that we do know that there's a low future sex crime rate in youth with illegal sexual behavior in the US. We have well-replicated, robust, and long-standing scientific information that supports that, which is a little bit of what the question was just a second ago. We also know that crime is more likely to occur, and Renee mentioned this, if we don't have bonds with mainstream society. So whether that's school, good peer relationships, with positive peer relationships, involvement in activities not around porn or other sexual activities, having a stable residence, etc. And Paul Stern wrote the article that is referenced here at the bottom. And he is an attorney, retired prosecutor in Washington State. And he said, you know, our current practices around problematic sexual behavior in teens is actually doing more harm than good when it comes to community protection. If the response of that society was not to do, that community was not to do anything or to put them into juvenile detention. All right, I have 2 minutes, so I'm going to finish on this slide. And we want to be able as a community to conceptualize a developmental framework for addressing and treating youth with harmful sexual behavior. And remembering when we do that, again, these are youth, these are children, they are still growing, their brains are malleable. We know that we can teach them and they will learn. We want to put them on, instead of a punitive pathway, we really want to put them on a habilitative pathway. So how are we going to work with that child and that family so that they can start making better choices and learning how to control their behavior when they have those impulses that are inappropriate or will lead to harm to themselves or others. We know that we can change that behavior in the community and keep them safe as long as they have caregiver supervision and safety protocols put in place that will keep them on that path. We know that these youth are treatable, and we want to move forward in our community so that we can reject those faulty assumptions that we've already mentioned about them being mini pedophiles or mini sexual molesters that are going to grow up and continue that behavior. We know that we can step in and make that intervention. And so with that hopeful thought, I think I will allow us to go on break and see if anybody has any questions before we do that. And we will pick up, we have 1 hour, correct? So we would pick up at noon Eastern time.
Nope, 1 o'clock Eastern time.
Darn it. I
Nice
can't
try.
do time. I can't do time zones. I'm in Oklahoma. I apologize. Okay, so since it's already noon your time, we come back at 1 o'clock your time, right?
Yes.
That better?
1 o'clock our
Okay.
time, yeah.
Yay for me.
Yes, it is 12 o'clock here, and there is a question in the chat. Do we want to wait?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to wait until after, because it is new. We can come back and start with that question and then go into it.
We will come back and start with that question. We don't want to hold anybody up from being able to eat their lunch.
Awesome. All right, we'll see everyone back at 1 o'clock. Thanks, everyone.
And Sharon, do you want us to log out and log back in, or do you want us to remain logged in and just put it on mute? And what's easiest for you? Started. I appreciate Teresa's question in the chat, but Renee and I checked in with one another, and we're going to have some ethics discussion a little bit later on in the afternoon. And we thought this was a perfect scenario to wait for our ethics discussion. So we're going to put a pin in that until we have that discussion a little later. And this is just a reminder of the message that we want to continue to hammer home, in that we know problematic sexual behavior of youth is a serious problem. It impacts the families that these children are involved with. It impacts the children that they have that improper behavior with. We know that safety and well-being needs to be addressed, certainly, but there is hope, and that's what we're talking about today. What is that hope, and how do you get to that hope? And that is the message that needs to be shared with the families that are affected. So again, we have to think about our overall and overreaching policies and practices that are in place when we're responding to these families. I think Renee mentioned earlier, there have been some situations where the policies for a child advocacy center indicated that they could only work with victims And if they had a child with problematic sexual behavior that was both a victim and somebody that was exhibiting that problematic behavior, they were exempt from being able to provide services to that child. So making sure that the policies that we have written in place are all encompassing and don't exclude working with this population if you have the services available to support them. And also having an understanding between the agencies that are working together to support these families. What is the language we're going to use? What is the referral process we're going to use? How are we going to respond in a timely manner to these families? Because the research also shows us that the longer the time is before identifying the behavior and any sort of support or service can be offered, the less chance there is of engaging these families in getting the services that they need. So figuring out a way for your community to be responsive as quickly as possible is pretty crucial. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we are funded through the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, but they also have resources available on their website. If you go to OJJDP, and they have what they call a smart office, and it also has a lot of information. If you're interested in this topic and want more information about the federal government's ideas and support for these children and their families, they have worked with us very diligently to make sure that the responses that we're having to these children and families are comprehensive and coordinated and community-based interventions, because they have understood and looked at the research and agree that this is the best way to respond to these children. And trying to provide services to them before there's extensive legal involvement is crucial. And talking about making sure we're encompassing services for all the family members that are in need, whether it's the youth themselves with the PSB, the siblings and other child victims that have been affected by that child with PSB, and support for the primary caregiver. And they think, along with us, they believe that the most effective way to make an impact is, and a system change within a community, as having a multidisciplinary team and a multidisciplinary response to the situation. So through the help with OJJDP, we have been able to train several different locations across the US. The map on the left is the OJJDP program sites that we've trained through support. They not only provide support for our website and some of our training responses, but they also have grants available on an annual basis for agencies, whether it's a child advocacy center or a mental health agency, community agency, to apply for funding to be able to access the training from us. So keep your eyes open for that. We are in wave 10, I believe. So this map hasn't been updated for our current locations, but they should be having announcements for wave 11 soon. So you can go to the OJJDP website and look for that application if you're interested in that. And then the map on the right just shows you everywhere that we've trained. You can see we have a big opening on the West Coast. We haven't had much input there, but certainly we are trying to provide support to as many sites as possible as we move through implementation of this model.
Trish, also as part of an update to that map, with us training military, we also have now
Oh, that's right.
in Japan, Bahrain,
Guam.
Germany. No, Guam's not trained. They had the information, but they're not in
Oh, okay. Sorry.
yeah. So we've got a lot of folks on military and several military bases across the US also, where we now have therapists who are being trained in the PSB program.
Thanks. So how can professionals help? We've been talking about it all day. Recognizing what proper treatment is for these children and families, recognizing other treatments that will help improve coping strategies, reducing trauma when trauma is present, and that recognizing that these families are complex and they have multiple needs, and you may need to start with trauma support before you can start with PSB intervention, and just having good resources on hand to be able to refer these families to, and making sure if these families are involved in multiple agencies, that you're having a conversation about what's the next right step, who's going to do what first, how are we going to communicate, and what are the expectations of this family. Because child welfare alone, being involved in the child welfare system can be overwhelming. And then again, you add the complexity of problematic sexual behavior on top of that, and you can just overwhelm these families to the point that they may not be able to even respond because it's so overwhelming. They just get stuck. Oops. And we've already talked about clinical decision-making points. And so our next piece is about again, touching on a little bit of the assessment for working with these youth, and I'm going to tag over to Renee, and then I will be back shortly to talk about a new topic concerning caregivers.
But you need to stop sharing.
Oh, yes, I do. No, not gonna.
You're
You
fine.
don't get to see your slides, you just get to talk.
Well, I'm sure people would appreciate that, but no.
I'm sure they would.
We're going to do it this way.
Fine.
Oh, not that one. We did that one already. Come over here.
Yep.
Let me try this again. Stop sharing. Start sharing. Wow. My system is saying no. Here we go.
Need me to pull it up?
No, I got it. It just was not being nice. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm not going to dig into assessment. This is going to be a very superficial coverage of assessment because we're not all therapists on here and we all don't need to know how to do an assessment of youth with problematic sexual behavior. Why do we do an assessment though? It's really our GPS. It gives us a direction and guidance about what this youth and what this family needs. So that's one of the main reasons for doing an assessment, is to figure out what the needs are of the system that's sitting in front of us. This also oftentimes is our first contact with our families. And sometimes it's our last contact with our families. Sometimes families come in for assessments and we determine that they don't need treatment. And so we don't see the family again. So it's important to know that the messages that we're giving, this may be the one time that we have to give those messages to our families. And it's a chance to really kind of correct some of those myths and misconceptions families might have. Families like messages like our children can never be in the same house ever again together, or these siblings will never be able to act as siblings together in the same household or celebrate holidays together even as adults. I mean, you know, my child is an offender and will go on to be an offender and their future is ruined. All those kinds of things are important for us to correct, because all of those are misconceptions and not true. It also gives us an opportunity to figure out what we need to target and what we need to prioritize in treatment, because sometimes, surprisingly enough, it's not the problematic sexual behavior. And if you think about all the contributing factors we talked about earlier, you can see where maybe some of those other things take priority over it, and we'll dig into that a little bit. So the first step in the assessment process is to decide whether or not we even have a problematic sexual behavior here. Sometimes when families themselves refer youth to programs, because they don't always have to be referred to our programs by other providers or by the court system, we often had families self-refer. And sometimes they're referring because their youth is masturbating what the family perceives as excessively, but may not be necessarily excessively. What families will refer for pornography use because they don't agree with the use of pornography and they want us to stop the children from doing that. There may be some sexting that's been going on, but it doesn't rise to the level necessarily of illegal behaviors, and law enforcement hasn't been involved. This idea of perceived promiscuity, a lot of times when youth are, and I'm sure some of the therapists on here and some of your other providers are probably well aware of this, but sometimes when youth, and I'm speaking primarily about girls, but I've also seen this happen with boys, are victims of sexual abuse, one of the ways that they may respond to their own victimization is to do what is perceived as being promiscuous. But what that youth is really doing is making sure that they're never quote unquote victimized again. Because if I never say no when someone asks me to be sexual with them, then I never have to run the risk of being a victim again. I'm always in control if I get to say when, where, those kinds of things. In addition to that, sometimes our children, when they've become a victim of abuse, learn to only be able to relate to their world through sex and sexuality. And so in relating to their world and feeling that that's the only way that they have value or how they form a relationship with somebody, that they may be being sexually promiscuous and having lots and lots of sexual partners, but that's how they feel as if they have value, or how they say, I care about you, or you're important to me, or I like you. So those kinds of things are important to keep in mind. And so that promiscuity isn't necessarily a problematic sexual behavior. A lot of times it goes back to more of a trauma response to having been a victim themselves. And again, behaviors may not be illegal. We may have two partners who willingly engaged in a sexual act together who are of the same age but haven't obtained the age of consent yet. And so they may be charged because neither of them could have consented to the act, and they're referred for treatment. But that's really normal adolescent behavior. That's not problematic sexual behavior, right? There isn't someone who was harmed by that behavior necessarily. So we have to keep those things in mind. And so we really want to assess, is this problematic first and foremost? And remember, we talked about all these things that are changing in the adolescent's life and in the children's lives. I mean, even our younger children, our 7, 8, 9-year-olds, they're developing emotionally, socially, physically, cognitively, morally. There's a lot going on across the developmental spectrum. And so all of that needs to be taken into account. And the behavior that someone engages in on one particular day does not predict the behavior that they're going to engage in the future necessarily. And we need to keep in mind that with all those things changing in their lives, we have to have treatment that's going to kind of move with that child and recognize those changes for them. So when is an assessment appropriate? For those of you who refer for assessments, these are when we want you to refer for assessments. These are when it's appropriate. When we're trying to figure out what kinds of services and what kinds of treatment are necessary. So when we're planning for those kinds of things, that's an appropriate use of an assessment. When we're trying to make visitation and placement decisions, including reunification, it's important for us to have a good idea and assess the youth that are involved in front of us so that we have some idea of what the drivers were behind those behaviors, how they're doing currently, if they're in treatment, et cetera. All of that is important. And then also, if the court has requested or required us to provide them that information and an assessment. But what an assessment cannot do, and what is an inappropriate use for that assessment, is to determine innocence or guilt. We don't do an assessment of a youth with problematic sexual behavior to decide whether they did or didn't engage in that behavior. That is not what an assessment is necessarily about. It's not for legal purposes. We also need to bear in mind that if the court asks us to step in and do an assessment of a youth, we are going to ask that youth, whether they're 7 years old or they're 18 years old, what the behavior was that they engaged in. And because of informed consent, we need to let that youth and that family know anything that you may admit to in this assessment process can and will be used against you because the court case has not reached its conclusion yet. And so with informed consent, you have a right to refuse to answer our questions, knowing that your answers could later incriminate you. And so we have to be mindful of that. And so there are some workarounds with that. We have had some teams who have successfully negotiated with the court system or with the prosecuting attorney that any admissions that the youth makes in the assessment process will not be used against them in court, and that the assessment is important for us to determine sort of what the needs are of this youth moving forward. When we can have those kinds of written assurances that these aren't going to be subpoenaed and won't be used against the youth, then we can also use that with our informed consent and let families know that. So we can work around that process, but we need to be aware of that. The other thing assessments do is we cannot predict risk. We have a lot of instruments out there like the eraser and the JSOAP and et cetera. You can see them on the screen. All of these measures that are set out to specifically be risk assessment tools. But because youth are so changeable and so malleable, and there's so much happening in their lives, and the development is happening so rapidly. It's such a rapid time of development. These measures tend to really focus on those factors that are unchangeable, like who the victim was, how old the victim was there force use, anything that's happened in the past that can't be changed, historical information. Those kinds of things can't be changed. And when we predict risk based on non-changeable factors, we're not taking into account the changes that can happen going forward. There are some new measures out there, but they aren't necessarily risk assessment tools. They're really more tools that help inform our treatment practices. What are the needs of this particular youth? What are the needs of this particular youth in the areas of protective factors, basically? And so the Youth Needs and Progress Scale and the AIMS-3 are two tools that we can use that really balance risk and needs and help us sort of drive our treatment going forward. Like, what are those needs? What are we going to target? How intense does this treatment need to be? Those are the things that can be. Any questions on the use? Because sometimes we get a lot of questions on using assessment for all these other purposes. Okay. So remember, all these things, when we're doing a risk assessment, we are looking at what are the youth vulnerabilities, what are the family adversities, what kinds of traumas, what kinds of things has this youth been subjected to, what sorts of models of coercion have they been witness to, and also what kinds of modeling of sexuality has been. So we're really, in our questioning, we're really digging into all of these areas as part of a good assessment for youth with harmful sexual behaviors. And we're equally digging into these protective factors. What does this family, what are the positives going on for this youth and this family? What is working well for them? Do we have a family that's providing good supervision? Does our youth have good, healthy friendships and relationships? All these things are important for us to be aware of and balance in the process of the assessment going forward. When we talk to the youth about them and we ask them about the behaviors that we've engaged in, it should be of no surprise to you that the vast majority of youth will say, I broke a law, or I did something wrong, or I don't really know what I did, or they admit that they engaged in a problematic sexual behavior. When we ask them, well, what about that problematic sexual behavior do you think was wrong or illegal? They struggle with this because sometimes they're really not sure. They're not sure what it was exactly that they did, and or they're like us. They don't want to throw themselves under the bus. They want to know what we know. They don't want to provide us additional information. Sometimes they struggle with recognizing the seriousness of the acts that they've engaged in, not because they're denying it, but sometimes because they are just literally scared to death. If I admit to this, if I tell you this, what does this mean for my future? They have no idea. You've got to think that this is a youth that may be 7, 8, 9, and if they're an arrestable age in your state, they may have been charged. They may have spent some time in a detention facility awaiting some kind of a release, and then they get out, and now they're out, and we're asking these questions, and the last thing they want to do is say anything that's going to return them to the place that they've just been. So we really have to take into consideration where our youth are coming from when they're responding to our questions, and recognize that any kind of an admission is enough for us to move forward with treatment. They don't have to admit to everything and understand everything from the starting gate. They just have to admit and agree that they would benefit from treatment, and that's enough for us to move forward with them. And they have to understand sort of what we mean when we talk about treatment. Again, we talked about this perspective of what do you want to do. So how did you guys feel when you made a poor decision and an adult wanted you to talk to you about it? Were you all like willing to sort of jump in there and talk about the bad decisions you made? No, none of us want to do that, right? We don't want to talk about that because it makes us feel bad about ourselves. It raises levels of shame and guilt and all those kinds of things. And then how would you feel talking to your parents about sex? And how do your kids feel about talking to you about sex? Is it something that we're ready to do and that everybody wants to do and they're willing to do? And then think about, how would you feel about talking to a stranger, an adult about that, a therapist about that, an attorney about your sexual behavior? What would that be like for you? And I'm really pausing and sitting quietly for a second, because I think sometimes when we get so caught up in our roles and the work that we do as part of our MDT, we forget that even though we've done this hundreds of times, this is the first time for this kid. or the second time for this kid. And it's not as easy as it sounds. And if you take yourself back to the first time you had to ask questions of someone about sex or sexuality in a part of an investigation, it was an uncomfortable feeling probably the first couple times you did it. And that's where our kids are at. And we've just got to remember that that's sort of where they're at when we're talking to them. When we ask them about what happened, just like for that disclosure for our youth that have been impacted by sexual abuse, our victims, we know that they don't tell us everything from the first time we talk to them. That disclosure is a process that happens over time. The same is true for our youth who have engaged in problematic sexual behavior. It's going to take them a while to build a relationship, to build some trust, to be able to talk about all of the details of the behaviors that they've engaged in. And I'm going to stop sharing because now back up again.
Yep.
There you go, my friend.
Thank you.
Any questions while Trish is pulling up her stuff? I was looking at the chat. I didn't see anything show up.
I don't think so. Okay. Is it showing my slides or is it showing the OJJDP website?
It's showing your slides.
Sweet. Slide. All right, so now we're going to talk a little bit about why it's so critical for caregivers to be involved in this process. And if the therapy provided in your state is similar to what's provided in our state, a lot of times the caregivers kind of feel like therapy is a drive-through drop-off process. My child is having a problem. I'm going to drop them off here because somebody told me to, and you're going to fix them, and then I'm going to come pick them up. And that's not how this process works. A lot of times we'll find when we're working with these families that supervision is a big part of the problem, and that there isn't a whole lot of supervision. And so it's not only adjusting the youth's behavior in response to their problematic sexual behavior, but it's also adjusting the parents' behavior in their responsiveness and their level of supervision that they have with their children. We have to impress on the caregivers that they're part of creating a safety net for their child, and they're part of creating a safety net for the other children that their child is involved with. And if they do not agree to participate in the program, then the child is not available to participate in the program. And we say caregivers, not necessarily parents, because we have a lot of kids that are in foster care, and the foster parents will come and participate, or they're in kinship care, and whoever that kinship care provider is actually going to be the caregiver that's enrolled in the program. Sometimes we've had multiple complicated cases over the years, and sometimes we have divorced parents that are in the group, or a kinship placement if the child is placed in kinship care. So we might have biological mom, biological dad, grandma of some sort, and sometimes instead of grandma, it's a foster parent, but we have all the caregivers participating in the treatment because everybody has to be on the same page. One of the things that is a great resource, and it's on our NCSBY website, is this parent partnership flyer that was created by parents who have successfully completed the program with their youth. There are now, I'm sorry, this is from the teens, but we have some caregiver newsletters that have been created by our parent partnership board that talk specifically from parent to parent about what this process was like. One of them focuses on talking about the elephant in the room. How do you actually engage your teen in talking about, or your youth in talking about sex? Another one is how they felt when somebody knocked on their door and told them that their child had been involved in inappropriate sexual behavior. How do you respond to that? How do you realize that you're not alone in this situation? So those are on our website, and they're in a PDF format for you to download. And then we also have a teen partnership board, and they created this flyer that again is on the website and downloadable. And it's a message to caregivers about how important their participation in this treatment was, and they would not have made it through the program without the support of their caregivers. And this is one of the quotes from that newsletter. How successful do you think you could have been in the program if your caregivers were not involved? The answer, not at all. So again, this is a non-negotiable situation for us in our program, because our research shows us how much of a difference it made once we got the caregivers to be involved in the program. And the research also shows this, that the youth who have had the adult participate have the best treatment outcomes possible. And the caregivers are, again, learning strategies as well for behavior management with their child. So a lot of these kids will have behavioral issues above and beyond that problematic sexual behavior. So it's helping them learn how to strategize and react to that inappropriate behavior, no matter if it's sexual or not, and have better supervision skills, have better communication skills with their child. And it helps assist their children in increasing their self-control, and it enhances overall positive behavior from the youth that's involved in the treatment. So what do you think about parents when we say we're working with caregivers whose children have sexually acted out? What's some of the first words that pop into your head? Just drop them in the chat or unmute yourself. And any thoughts at all?
There are no wrong answers. We do appreciate it. Your participation.
Cherie, if
It would
that's
be
how to
a
pronounce
degree
your
of-
name,
Oh,
would you mean touching
somebody said
like,
something?
did you mean touching like it pulls your heartstrings? Oh, it's a comment in the chat.
Got you.
Exposed to inappropriate things, parents split in which child to support more supervision. Karen, were you gonna mention something?
I was,
To put it in the chat, because you said, I thought you wanted us to say something.
You're welcome to say
Grief.
something.
Grief is what I thought of first.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Crystal, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
maybe denial, like not believing that, that was their child or things.
My first automatic thought would be, where were you?
That's a great question. And totally understandable why you would think about that. And we've had a lot of great comments in the chat too. And supervision comes into play so much in these cases. And exactly what kind of exposure have these kids been involved with? And where did they learn that behavior? Absolutely right. So some of the stereotypes that we have is that these parents are non-protective, or they're neglectful, and we have had situations where this happens, that they knew their child was having inappropriate behavior, but they did nothing. So they were at fault for not responding to that behavior. Or they're uneducated about what to do. They don't love their children, or they've been abused themselves. Those are all the stereotypical responses that we see to these kids. I will say, having been in this field in child maltreatment for over 25 years now, and I teach a class, an interdisciplinary training program on child maltreatment. One of the first things that I say is 99.9% of the children or the parents that we work with love their children. They just don't have the tools in the toolbox to respond to them. And it's our job as professionals in this field to figure out how to connect with those parents so we can give them the tools so that they'll be able to appropriately respond to their children. I think that's just as important in responding to PSB as it is responding to any other type of situation where the parent is struggling. And sometimes, unfortunately, we run into cases where we can't connect with that family, whether it's due to substance abuse or mental illness, but it's still our job as the professionals in this field to figure out the best way that we can to support these parents and their families. So a lot of times what we found is responses that were on that slide and these responses that were up here in the chat are how they see themselves when they come in for the assessment process. They feel that their question to themselves were, where was I? How did I not notice? How did I not respond? Am I neglectful? Have I not done what I need to do for my child? These are all things that they are feeling too. So just like Renee had that perspective from the teen's point of view, stepping into the caregiver's shoes. My husband is a defense attorney, and technically he does not take any child maltreatment or domestic violence cases because it's a conflict of interest in his home life. And he just says, no, I don't take those cases. But he has had a few cases where some sort of situation hasn't been involved with the child. And he had a family that he had worked with previously for a DUI issue, but they were sitting at home one evening and somebody started pounding on their door, and the mom opened the door and the FBI was on her doorstep. They walked in and they put her husband in cuffs and they said, we're arresting you for child pornography. Neither the mom or the dad had any idea what was happening. And finally, their teenager came downstairs and said, oh, I'm sorry, I've been using my dad's computer, it's me. So think about what you're going to do if somebody knocks on your door and says your child has been doing da 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 da, whether it's child pornography, whether it's acting out inappropriately with another child, whether they're talking about rape charges. Think about what your reaction is going to be as a caregiver, and you have no idea that any type of this activity is happening. So what worries or concerns might you have as a caregiver once you have that knock on your door, right? Oh my gosh, I had no idea. Did they hurt somebody? What am I going to do? How am I going to be able to respond to this? Have I failed as a parent? All of those things that you talked about. So what are some questions that the caregiver might have? Is my child a lost hope? Is he going to prison and I'm never going to see him? Or is she going to prison and I'm never going to see him again? What is the system's response to this kind of thing? Typically when it rises to the level that we're talking about this type of case in the media, it's pretty punitive, right? It's not necessarily supportive. What are we going to do? How are we going to respond to those families where their child was impacted? What if it's your neighbor and all of a sudden you've got somebody knocking on your door and telling you that your child is acting out inappropriately with the neighbor child? What if you go to church with that family? How are you going to handle that situation now that this information has come to light? And is there any treatment? And it's even, I think it's exacerbated even more if that caregiver has their own history of victimization and the feelings that they might be feeling when this happens to them. So here are some of the impacts, common impacts that we've seen on parents and caregivers. And think about the stigmatization, I can't even say this word. Think about the shame, guilt, and embarrassment that might be associated when this happens. And it's in your social circle, or everybody at school knows, or whatever. Think about the reactions of the other parents in the community that they're going to have to this family.
Or Trish, what if it's within your own family? What if it's one child sexually acting out on the other child? How are people going to perceive you as a caregiver? You know, what are you supposed to do in that moment? Who do you pick? What do you do?
Mm-hmm. And if it's maybe not within your own household, but it's a cousin, what's Thanksgiving going to look like? That's a holiday that's coming up. Are you going to be isolated from the rest of your family because of the actions of your child? How are you going to deal with that? So a lot of times there's anger either towards themselves or towards the child for putting them in that situation. And I think a really big one is just that loss of hope. Oh my gosh, this has happened. I have no idea how we're going to get out of this. And then if they believe the myths that now their child is going to be a child molester for the rest of their life, What kind of feeling is that as a parent? You have absolutely no hope. That actually adds to that no hope situation. They might see the youth as a problem and take no responsibility on for themselves. I know denial was one of the comments that came up in the chat. Absolutely. Wasn't my child. There's no way my child would be involved in that. You could have divided loyalties between your child and your other child that has potentially been the recipient of these inappropriate behaviors. What if everybody has a poor coping response to this situation? And again, if you've been a victim previously, this is going to be trauma related to you and could be triggering for some of your issues that have come up in the past. And then you're at risk of losing a lot of relationships and social connections that you already have in place.
Trish, I'd like to, can you go back a slide?
Yeah.
I'd like to speak to the experience of individual and systemic discrimination, because I think
sure.
think that's really important. You know, if you are a person who has grown up in the system, a system of care, maybe you've grown up in foster care, or you've had experiences with that system in the past, how are you going to interpret the system getting involved with your child and your family at this point? So we may have our own history of people becoming involved in the family system. So maybe you have had encounters with child welfare or child protective in the past, or you maybe have had encounters with law enforcement, or your family has. And what's that outcome been like for you? And then also just the idea of systemic discrimination. You know, for some of our Black and brown families, I mean, how has the system typically treated them? How have the systems responded to them? And does that make people more willing to become involved with the systemic response, or does it make people shut down and not want to be involved? And when people are shutting down for historical trauma reasons, systemic discrimination reasons, individual, you know, history reasons, how does that play out against the child? Do people take that as the family that's not willing to participate in treatment or not willing to cooperate, or the uncooperative parent, as opposed to the parent who's trying with the very best of their ability to protect their child in the only way that they know how, by not allowing you to have access to them, by not allowing you to talk to them, et cetera. So I think that idea of systemic discrimination and individual and historical trauma are really important factors to think and keep in mind when we're talking about the families that we're working with and how they may be responding to us in the moment that we notify them of this, or even throughout that whole process of investigation, legal processing, and treatment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So again, thinking about all of the feelings that the caregivers might be feeling, the shame that comes with that, the guilt, and then how are you going to present that shame and guilt? Well, you could slam the door in the face of whoever shows up at your house. And that could relate to what Renee was just talking about, your previous relationship with the system, or your concerns that the system may be discriminatory based on your income level, based on your race, based on where you live within the city, whatever it is. You could have a lot of anger to the deliverer of the information about that, and they could become hypervigilant, throw up walls, be very defensive. It could enhance their already feelings of low self-worth and self-esteem. And so you've got to be able to support that caregiver and let them know that they can support their child and give them the tools to do that, so that they can get that self-esteem and that self-worth back. Because a lot of these parents will feel like failures, and a lot of these parents will feel, I mean, we don't talk about this a lot, right? So a lot of these parents will feel like their child is the only child that has ever done such a thing. And so letting them know there are other kids and families that go through this kind of situation, and they come out on the other side, I think is a really important message to communicate when you're working with these families.
Yeah, if anybody's,
Again,
and I'm sorry, I keep interrupting you, Tricia, but if
go
anybody's
ahead.
reading of Brene Brown, you know that she does a whole lot of work around the areas of shame and guilt. And shame is a belief that this behavior is who I am. This defines who I am. So if my child is engaged in problematic sexual behavior, I'm a failure as a parent. That is who I am, right? That sense of shame, as opposed to maybe a sense of guilt, which allows us to be workable with that. A guilt is more about something that has happened, or that maybe I've allowed to happen, that can be corrected and or amended. So when our parents come to us stuck in shame, and when our youth come to us stuck in shame, there's not a whole lot of progress we can make in treatment. We need to move them from that area of defining themselves by that behavior that has occurred to an area of there's good treatment available, and we can move forward from this. So we need to move folks from shame to guilt, if you will, in order to kind of allow them to benefit from what treatment can provide. Thank you.
And these are just some of the comments that we've had from some of the caregivers that we've worked with in the past. I think it just reflects the things that we've been talking about. You know, I was looking for the therapist to hate me like I hate myself. Gosh, what a powerful statement that is. And what I think what a message it sends to us as the agencies and professionals that are trying to support these families, what the mindset can be of some of these caregivers when we're talking to them. And it may not come out across when they're engaging with us at first as they feel helpless or they want or need help. It may come out as anger or defiance or denial or any of those things. So figuring out a way to actually communicate with them. And I see a hand up. Wilson, please let us know what your, oh, did you put it in the chat? Is this you in the chat? Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Underreporting in some demographic groups. Yes.
Yeah. Well, and I think about, just think about sexual abuse in general. Do we think we remotely see all the victims of sexual abuse in no matter what area? We don't. And then you think about children acting out on children, and you're a caregiver. Are you going to be very excited about reporting that? I wouldn't think so. So I think it's underreported across the board. Yes, absolutely.
But I think your comment, particularly around color experience and how do you respond to that even as workers, right? Knowing that the systemic involvement of this youth may not go well for them, but how do you balance figuring that in with doing what your job and your responsibility is as a worker in this field, and that's a hard place to sit, I'm sure. So yeah, there's not only maybe underreporting as a result of it, but also I have seen, and it goes both ways too, with privilege. I've seen folks let kids slide. I've seen people not kind of bring the system in and get the system as involved as it could be in order to protect kids either from systemic involvement or because they think that any kind of systemic involvement is going to be harmful for that youth's future. So there's lots of gray in this area, and that's why it's so important to work as a cohesive MDT on these cases. So we're looking, if we're living in a diverse city with a population that is representative of all races, and our entire group that we're treating for problematic sexual behavior as Black and brown, that tells me that's a systemic issue, that's not those youth issues. And so if we're an MDT and we're looking at those factors, I think that's an important part of being part of this team and looking at how are we responding to other youth of other color if we're not responding in this way, and where are those kids going? Or on the other side of that, I've seen in some of the communities I've worked in, all the youth in group are Caucasian youth because all the Black and brown youth are in detention facilities and they're not getting allowed to remain in community-based treatment. So when we see those dichotomies happening, we need to be mindful of that as a system and respond to that with where is our breakdown and what do we need to do about that breakdown to address those issues.
Very good points, Renee. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So on top of just feeling overwhelmed because now you are in a situation where your child is potentially involved in illegal or inappropriate or harmful sexual behavior, now there are other things to think about. And this would apply to all of our families in all these situations. So again, if we have families that are involved in multiple different agencies, they may have multiple different requirements, which only brings brings home the point that we should all be communicating with each other about these kids as we're working with them. They may already have chaotic life experiences and circumstances, which led to the lack of supervision, which led to this issue in the first place. So how are you going to deal with that? What if there's a language barrier? And do they have access? We may be able to provide these services, and we know that we can appropriately provide these services in a telehealth environment, but what if they don't have access to the internet? Or what if there's only one iPad or tablet and there's 6 kids and everybody has to do schoolwork? Is there childcare available for the other siblings when this one child and the caregiver need to go to treatment? Is there transportation to even get to the treatment? If there's cost, how is that going to be covered? And then you have all of these conflicts that are existent in our everyday life anyway, with work and school and other services that are being provided. So everything just kind of snowballs into being overwhelmed. And then thinking about these parents that are coming into the program may have stressors that they have never thought about before. They may have to find another place for their child to live while they're going through the services. If other siblings have been involved in this situation within their home, they may now have to have an attorney, and I would recommend to anybody to get an attorney. My husband would put that plug in for all attorneys to have, for all children involved in this situation, to have legal representation. You could have divided loyalties between you and the family member that had one of the children that were affected by your child's behavior. There's going to be new rules in place to keep that safety measure enhanced and engaged. You could be angry at your child. You could be angry about the situation, which is completely understandable because this has impacted your life on all levels. And then you're not in control anymore because there may be people telling you what you have to do with your child, which that was not the situation before. So you're no longer in charge of making all those decisions about how what your child needs to go to as far as services and when they have to show up for certain things. So when we look at caregiver stress, we did a study and 18 of 21 caregivers had heightened stress levels when they came in to do that original assessment to see if the child was appropriate for treatment. And out of the 3 who did not have that heightened level of stress, 2 didn't believe their child had a problem or had done anything. And one caregiver didn't have a caregiver that was willing to be involved in treatment. So 16 out of the 18 families had initially high scores and then had lower stress scale scores after just 3 months of treatment. And these were what some of the messages that are in that material on our website will provide for you. But they said that first responders message to them was critical. And that if that first responder hadn't given them a sense of hope, that they may not have been at all responsive to being referred to the resources and the support that we could provide. They want everybody to think about getting the facts and not be judgmental when they're having that conversation. And that one thing they really want us to remember when we're working with their youth is many other things than just the child with problematic sexual behavior. They could be a great violinist. They could be a potential Olympic swimmer. They could be an amazing dancer. They could be an amazing artist. That problematic sexual behavior does not define that youth. And I think that's a message that we have to give to the caregivers in return. This is not the only thing about your child. We want to learn about the good things that your child does too. This is not the only thing that we're going to focus on. And it is serious, but we're going to be able to support that. And this is more clinically focused. So I'm going to skip through a couple of these. Family engagement we know is critical. And how do we reduce that resistance? Find things right that their child is doing. Find things right that the parent is doing. That praise, praise, praise. Talk about the normal situations too, not just the behavior, and work really quickly on getting those barriers that we talked about out of the way so they can access that treatment as quickly as possible. And some of the things that we know that the caregivers are going to benefit from, if we can strengthen their self-esteem, increasing their assertiveness and communication skills with their youth, as well as others around them, rebuilding or expanding their current social networks so they don't feel so isolated, and just learning about normative and problematic sexual behavior is sometimes an eye-opener for these families because they've never had that discussion and nobody's ever provided them that information previously. And it's going to help them with behavior management in the future. And sometimes, depending on the caregiver, it could help them explore their unresolved trauma from the past. So
Tricia,
again, oh,
if
go
I could
ahead. Sure.
Just add
Sure.
all of those things that are happening between the youth with problematic sexual behavior and their caregiver, those wonderful benefits that Trish talked about, increasing their self-esteem, increasing their communication, their parenting skills, etc. All those, it's been wonderful to watch trickle down to every other child in that family that
Right.
adult is around. So they're not just benefiting this youth, but they're benefiting the family as a whole when we work with parents in this area.
And I'm sure we've mentioned it, but just to again reiterate the point, we find that it not only improves their behavior around that problematic sexual behavior, it improves their behavior across the board. So if they had issues with getting their homework done, if they had issues with being disrespectful of their siblings or disrespectful of their caregivers, all of that behavior improves as they go through the treatment. So, and again, just a quick summary, the caregivers of a youth with problematic sexual behavior are in need of a proper assessment and treatment. And it's not going to work if the caregivers are not involved in this treatment program. And shame and guilt are powerful responses with negative outcomes. And so we should not discount that when we're engaging the caregivers and thinking about the caregivers' needs. And caregivers in a lot of these cases are indirect victims as well. So identifying that and being supportive of that as we work through getting them engaged in the program is crucial. You going to go through this, Renee?
I am just
Okay.
quickly,
Okay.
because some of the studies are in here.
All
All
right.
right. Any questions about caregivers, guys? They really are the key to success for youth with problematic sexual behavior. And a lot of times caregivers feel like they're being punished. You see, you did think I did something wrong because you say I need to be involved in treatment. So we really have to message to them how important they are. You know, just like caregivers are with their kids 24/7, right? We're only with their kids an hour a week as a therapist. We can't create change in that time frame. We need them on board and part of the process in order for change to really happen in families. So that's my bid for that. All right. Again, I'm not going to dig into this, but I do want to talk a little bit about how we make treatment and placement decisions for our youth. One of the first things I want to say is when we're doing an assessment, we're looking at everything about that child. I showed you, we were talking about, you know, those things that may lead them to problematic sexual behavior, the protective factors, but we also need to have access to other documents. So we're getting releases signed and we're asking our partners on the MDT for access to, with appropriate releases, the information needed. So we may be asking for the CPS report. We may be asking for the law enforcement report. Sometimes we're even asking for either a summary of the forensic interview or the forensic interview, because part of the treatment process is helping youth to be accountable for the behaviors that they've engaged in. And when we get a referral that says, you know, that Johnny's being referred to the treatment program because he inappropriately touched his sister, and then we don't have any access to any other information, and then we have to go by what Johnny and his mother are reporting at intake because we don't have access to the police report or the CPS report or a summary of the forensic interview, we don't really know what behaviors we're holding Johnny accountable for. So the more detail that we have, the more that we can know about what happened, the better able we are to serve the youth and the families that we're working with. So just kind of keeping that in mind when you're working as an MDT and sharing this information, that there's reasons behind people requesting it. It's not just about being nosy, but it's about really utilizing those documents in the assessment process and in the treatment process. They're just really critical things for us to have. So what happens when someone has engaged in these problematic sexual behaviors and we're trying to make some decisions about sort of specialized treatment? what do we know? What are we trying to figure out here? Around assessments, we may come up with that this youth has maybe some untreated mental health issues. I can't tell you how many youth I worked with in doing assessments that had learning disabilities that had gone unnoticed, undetected. We had a youth that was on spectrum that had never sort of been looked at and evaluated for a spectrum disorder. So sometimes these things come to our attention as we're going through the process. Also, we can come across where there's significant family conflict. Sometimes in the assessment process, we end up having to make reports to Child Protective Services because we're finding out that there's a lot of physical abuse happening within the home, or sexual abuse happening within the home, or domestic violence occurring in front of the children, or substance use in the home that's impacting the ability of the caretakers to care for the children. And we end up having to make additional reports. So those kinds of things are important. They can come out during assessment and they'll affect our decisions around treatment, et cetera. And what if there are behaviors that they've engaged in aren't affecting other people? What if it's, I mean affecting other people, meaning that they are not identified impacted individuals, because we know that when youth are looking at pornography online, that sometimes folks within that the pornography business are victims themselves, and we recognize that, and but we are not holding that youth responsible and accountable for that. We're holding them responsible for looking. When we have those types of situations, or when we have youth whose behaviors are not technically illegal behaviors, when we take those youth with non-illegal behaviors and mix them in with a population who are youth who have illegal behaviors, sometimes that's not appropriate. And sometimes other types of treatment might be more beneficial to them, or family-based treatment might be beneficial. Although there are times where it is successful, and that's why each case has to be an individual assessment and an individual decision-making. When we're talking about placement, you know this continuum as well as I do. The very bottom of this pyramid is outpatient programs. These kids are living at home or living in the community, living with a family member. We may have youth that are in day-to-day treatment programs for academic purposes or behavioral purposes, straight on up through those youth that are in locked and secure facilities. We know that as we go up this pyramid, toward the top of the pyramid, those are the most expensive services out there. Do you know that by cost analysis in most communities, the cost of keeping one youth out of a locked, secure facility, that money that would have been spent on that youth in a locked, secure facility can support an entire outpatient program for like 30 youth, because those programs are just that expensive. So if we can keep a youth out of a locked, secure detention facility, if in an ideal world, we could then take that money that we saved and put it into our community-based treatment programs, we could fund an entire program in that way. So we know that the cost is really significant. We also know, based on research based on recidivism data and rates, that 87 to 100% of all youth can be treated successfully in a community outpatient-based program. There are those youth, and I will talk a little bit about them, that do require a higher level of care, but not so significant, not quite the number that you might think. So the vast majority of youth can be treated very successfully within the community. How do we determine this? Well, who can stay home? Well, obviously, if the impacted child and other children, no other potential victims, are in the home, then that youth can remain safely within their home. If the impacted child is in the home and safety plans can't be assured, or that youth doesn't feel safe with the exhibiting child within their home, then that youth is going to have to leave the home. So, but they can stay in the home when it's a less serious behavior, when there's minimal other behaviors happening that the youth is engaging in. So it's the problematic sexual behavior, and it was sort of in isolation, but for the most part, they're following directives within the home, they're following the rules, they're doing what the adults are telling them, they're attending school, they're not breaking the law in the community, those kinds of things, it is important. And we have family members or adults within the home who can provide appropriate supervision. So whether they believe the behavior happened or not, they are willing to provide the level of supervision required for that youth to remain in the home. And that's really important, because if we have adults who don't believe that the behavior happened and they tell us they don't believe the behaviors happen, then we have to assume that they're not going to take the need for a safety plan quite as serious. And we may need to look at alternate living arrangements for that youth until we can either get that parent more on board and they're willing to follow the plan, or we can convince them that following this plan will actually protect your child from any other allegations being made against them, whether they be false or true allegations. Sometimes that we can work it that way too. So it's important. When out of home but community-based placements can be warranted is if that youth can be placed with another family member, right? And that other adult that is going to take responsibility for caring for this youth is made fully aware of what the problematic sexual behavior is and what the safety plan is and why that's necessary. And they're willing to provide that level of supervision that we're asking of them, and that they're also willing and able to participate in treatment for this child. Because we can have the youth. So I had a youth in group who was placed with his grandfather because he had engaged in illegal sexual behavior against his younger sister. The sister stayed at home with the mother, and the youth in my group was placed with his grandfather. He was in treatment with us for a year. For the first 6 months, grandpa came to treatment because he was living with grandpa, and grandpa was the one who was interacting with him every single day. Toward the end of that 6 months, we invited mom to engage with us in treatment because we were going to be returning this youth home and working on reunification. So mom needed to be involved and learn all the skills that our youth had been learning. So for a couple of months, grandpa and mom came to group at the same time. Then grandpa faded out and mom continued in the treatment process to help us enable this youth to return home. So it's important when we think about what adults we're bringing in and engaging in that treatment process for our youth, and what are the end goals that we're looking for them. Sometimes residential placement is warranted and necessary, particularly when we think about really serious, intrusive, aggressive, or pervasive problematic sexual behavior, something that's been happening for months or years with a high frequency, or it's very intrusive behaviors. When there's a need for increased supervision overall, that this youth is having behaviors not only in the arena of problematic sexual behaviors, but they're also having problems in school and being able to maintain their behaviors in school setting or maintain their behaviors in the community. When we've tried outpatient, but it's been ineffective, they've not been compliant with treatment, or they've not come to treatment, or a safety plan has failed in some way. When caregivers are not providing the level of supervision that's necessary or required. And again, like I talked about with other delinquent behaviors, that's when we make those decisions. Sometimes we decide that inpatient treatment, so not residential, but maybe inpatient in a psychiatric facility, is necessary for these youth. And this one is really particularly important to keep in mind. When our youth are discovered to have engaged in problematic sexual behavior, that is a huge trauma for them. And when I talked about shame before, sometimes our youth think, my family would be better off without me. When we are hearing youth, no matter what your role is, whether you're law enforcement or a child welfare worker or someone in the court system, when you're hearing a youth say, my family would be better off without me, that's going to necessitate some follow-up on our part. We know that kids are at the greatest risk of suicidal behavior once they have been caught for a behavior like problematic or illegal sexual behavior. So if they are making statements to that effect, we need to take those seriously, and we need to respond to those in a serious way. Because the last thing we want to do is lose a child because of that, when we know that there's good treatment out there and that we can help them work through that. When our youth have co-occurring psychiatric, they maybe need medication stabilization, or they need to come off of meds and be put on new meds, or those kinds of things need to happen, then that's important. Then we may need to do that. We may also need just short-term stabilization because of behavioral issues. And so a short stay in a psychiatric facility might be necessary. And then they can step down to either a residential or community-based, or back home to family, depending on all those other factors that we talked about. So those are important to think about. Sometimes our youth need to be in a locked facility, and they need to be sometimes in locked facilities when their behaviors are particularly egregious. When we have a youth that engaged in a violent rape of another child, where there was significant injury and force, There's no remorse. There doesn't appear to be any sense of responsibility for that behavior. All those are factors that we need to keep in mind, because when we started this, we said the impacted child's safety comes first, but so does our community safety. And if we're working with a youth that we think the community is going to be unsafe if this youth remains in the community, sometimes we need to look at a locked facility for them. But that locked facility doesn't need to be the only plan and the long-term plan. Sometimes that's a short-term plan. Sometimes that's a shorter stay, a shorter duration. Sometimes 3 months is enough to work on stabilization and sort of getting behaviors under control, and we can step that child down out of a locked facility. So when we talk about possibly incarcerating youth, we're not talking a year, 2 years, 3 years for that incarceration necessarily. We may be talking a short term in a locked facility in order to then step them down to a lower level of care. What happens when youth are placed in locked facilities is we know that a lot of outcome studies have shown that when you put a lot of delinquent youth together within the facility, that it can result in higher rates of future illegal behaviors. That's something that obviously we would want to avoid if possible. And so sometimes youth behaviors can get worse and not better. We also need to be mindful if we are sending a youth to a locked facility or to a residential placement because of problematic sexual behavior, what kind of treatment are they being given in that facility for the problematic sexual behavior? Just taking them out of the mix for 6 months to a year does not fix the problem. And so we can't then return them home at the end of that stay because they spent their time in placement. We still need to address the PSB behaviors, the illegal behaviors. And so we still need to, when they're being released, make sure that they're being mandated to the appropriate community-based treatment if treatment was not available to them when they were in a facility. And any kind of treatment isn't the answer. It has to be evidence-based appropriate treatment. Some facilities will provide adult type treatment to youth, but treatment that's designed for adults is not appropriate for children and adolescents who have engaged in problematic sexual behavior, because the motivations and the reasons behind the behavior are vastly different than those behaviors of adults. So just keeping that in mind. We know that recidivism rates are low overall. Treatment makes a difference, and the type of treatment makes a difference. We've talked about those necessary components, having parents involved for monitoring, supervision, working on their communication, behavior parent training, teaching parents how to listen to their kids, how to respond to behaviors, etc. All these things that we've talked about. So I'm just going to kind of flip through some of these for you. What about when there's other needs besides problematic sexual behavior? Sometimes trauma is the presenting issue for our youth, and they've engaged in problematic sexual behavior. They may benefit more from trauma treatment with problematic sexual behavior sort of mixed in with it, as opposed to just PSB behaviors, because their trauma symptoms are getting in the way of their ability to function. If their trauma symptoms are getting in the way of their ability to function, they're not going to benefit from PSB treatment. We need to bring those symptoms down first before we can, but we're going to bring those down while still putting a safety plan in place and addressing the problematic sexual behaviors also. Some of our youth come to us with substance abuse issues. We need to evaluate and assess that. Is that something that needs to happen before PSB treatment, or is it something that can happen concurrently? We want to be mindful of not just throwing everything and the kitchen sink at families when there's a whole lot going on in the home, because studies have shown that just because we throw 5 or 6 or 7 different types of treatment at a family, that families tend to benefit less from them, even if they are all evidence-based treatments, because they can't focus on them. They're too busy running from appointment to appointment to truly benefit from what's happening. So if we're going to say families need multiple treatments, then we want to make sure that they're not concurrent treatments, that we're doing consecutive treatments. Unless it's like substance abuse and PSB together, or trauma treatment and PSB together, then we want to do those at the same time. And then trauma history. I talked a little bit about trauma history. All right, when is a PSB CBT program not a good fit for our kids? When won't they benefit from treatment? Well, when cognitively they don't have the ability to benefit from a cognitive behavioral therapy treatment. So if we have youth who have low functioning, and they're not going to benefit from that type of treatment, then those are the youth that we're going to want to refer and other places, right? When they need some kind of higher level of care, residential, psychiatric, or locked facility type care. When there's other needs that are higher than the PSB treatment that we just talked about. How about when they have no caregiver available to participate in treatment? One of our required components is that they have a caregiver, and we've had to say that youth are not appropriate for treatment sometimes because they don't have a caregiver who can participate with them. And then when the teen and the family continue to deny the problematic sexual behavior, we will work very hard as assessors to work with particularly the caregiver. You know, I understand that you don't believe that this behavior happened. What would it be like for you if it did happen, or if you found out that it did happen? And what if it did happen and your youth is adamantly denying it because they're afraid of what your response is going to be, but they did indeed engage in this behavior? If you leave absolutely no room for them to admit to that, then this just becomes a secret that gets buried. And what happens when we bury secrets, right? They tend to fester. And is that something that you want to have happen with your youth? So we need to kind of talk with them and try and open up the ability for them to make space for what if this did happen, what might that be like for them? And if we can make that space, then families are definitely going to benefit from that. And I mean, and that's obviously when we have, you know, good investigations that really show that something has happened. There have been times when we're really stuck with, we don't know, because we don't have access to that information, and we don't know, did it happen or didn't it happen? It's hard to say. The explanations we're hearing are really plausible. So again, why it's important to share that information. You guys were asking about studies that are out there. This was a study that was done in our school age kids. And so what they did is kids that had engaged in problematic sexual behavior, they took those youth and they broke them up into 3 different groups, all right? So some youth got put into this PSB CBT group where they got all of the stuff we talked about, the behavior parent training, work on communication, relaxation, the stop steps to be able to interrupt that impulsive behavior type stuff. So they were in that group. And then we had some that were just put in a dynamic play therapy group. So it didn't address the problematic sexual behavior, but it was just a dynamic therapy group overall. And then there were other kids that had this comparison group of youth with disruptive behavior disorders that were not enrolled in treatment. All these youth were all of similar ages. We had similar races involved. The comparison group was more male than the treatment groups. However, our outcome data, 10-year follow-up study showed that those youth in the PSB CBT group had a 2% recidivism rate. Those youth that were just had engaged in problematic sexual behavior, but got no treatment around the PSB, just regular play therapy, had a 10% recidivism rate, okay? And then those youth that had engaged in disruptive behaviors, no problematic sexual behaviors that we were aware of that did not receive treatment, they had a 3% recidivism rate. So we know that treatment works, right? This is, someone was asking earlier, this is the study that I wanted to get to and talk to you about. We know that this works, and that's the source. So if you want to look at that study yourself, you can. These outcomes have been replicated by our other OJJDP sites that we've been working with in South Carolina and the work that they've been doing, and also in the United Kingdom. So these outcomes are pretty real. I already went through this other study with you with the adolescent treatment program. And we talked about these, and these slides should look familiar to you because we've already talked about this study and this follow-up. We, in our current, in a OJJDP study, we pulled data from all of those sites that we've been working on. And this one, we had 3 particular sites we were working with. There were about 320 youth that were treated during this grant cycle. The average age of the youth in the group was 12.8 years. And 228 of those youth lived with their primary caregiver was their birth parent. There 91% of the kids in the study were male, 9% were female. You can see the ethnic breakdown across the 3 different sites that we worked with as to who was enrolled in the treatment program. 30% of the youth had been charged with a sexual offense. 42% were the youth were court ordered to treatment. 24%. This is a novel idea. The court actually ordered the parents to also participate in treatment. So parents were court ordered into treatment also. The youth who were impacted by the sexual behaviors of these youth in this study, 60% of them were female, and the average age of the impacted youth or the victim was 7.2 years old. Some of the benefits we found is that it not only impacted like the family, but also the impact on society of treatment. So there was overall a positive outcome on the family and on the community as a whole, right? When we polled youth about what they got out of treatment, their knowledge around sexual behavior rules, around the sexual laws, around making good choices, and around sex education, you can see that they rated themselves beforehand, with 1 being little and 5 being a lot. Their level of knowledge, they were around a 2, 2.5 for their knowledge prior to treatment, and up to 4, 4.5 after treatment. So we know that they're getting that information. Their problematic and illegal sexual behaviors decreased. We had a recidivism rate of less than 2%, which is great. Their general behavior problems decreased, as well as trauma symptoms for those youth that had trauma histories. All those went down as a result of being in treatment. When we asked the caregivers, the same thing again about their knowledge about supervising their kids, about how to provide good discipline, about talking about sex, and about the laws around sexual behavior, you can see that they were around a 3 or a 2.5, a little bit higher than a 2 in their knowledge prior to treatment. And after treatment, almost across the board, they were at about a 4.5. So they all reported definite increased knowledge across those key areas for treatment with our youth. Our caregivers reported that their parenting skills increased, that their level of stress decreased, that their level of social support increased, that they had more social supports around them, and that their knowledge across all the areas increased also. So these are all great outcomes for our kids. A community stakeholder, so those folks on an MDT, right, maybe are not the parent or the youth involved in the program. The biggest benefit is that we're treating these kids. We're not allowing their behaviors to become more ingrained in their own psyches, that they're getting what they need so that these behaviors don't continue. This really becomes almost a preventative measure. It prevents them from acting out in other ways. And continuing the cycle of problematic sexual behavior. What are your thoughts on children who participated in this program, and if it prevents them from becoming adult offenders? So even without treatment, the vast majority of youth and adolescents who engage in problematic sexual behavior never go on to engage in another problematic sexual behavior or illegal sexual behavior once they've been caught. So most of these these are not folks who go on to become adult offenders. Really, when I was talking about offending as adults, that less than 1% of these youth go on to become adult offenders. It's sort of a temporary sort of behavior that they've engaged in. It's not who they are. They're not budding adult sex offenders. Like 1% of our youth may go on to become adult sex offenders, where they actually are aroused by a prepubescent or a pubescent child, and that's who they are sexually attracted to. That's their choice. Is there a high response to children who may be offenders that come from a home where parents have been abused as a child? Speak to me a little bit about what you mean by that question. Is it Shade?
Yes, so I was just saying like sometimes parents are abused by offenders in their childhood, which causes trauma. Do you see like a correlation between children who may come from homes where their parent has been abused and now they're an offender? Is there a correlation with the behavior?
You mean, do they engage in problematic sexual behavior if their parents have been victims of abuse?
Correct.
I'm not sure that we have a study that I can think of or pinpoint off the top of my head in that direction. I will tell you probably about 1/3 of the youth that I've worked with across my history in this arena, parents have had their own history of victimization. And sometimes that's more correlated to either their unwillingness or inability to address and talk about sex or sexuality or even those kinds of topics for fear that it will trigger them themselves. And so there may be some absence in that area. And also it can come from tuning out to that internal sort of warning system that something isn't right here, something isn't good. And so they may miss signs or symptoms that their child is engaging in a behavior or that it's heading in that direction. But I don't know of any actual studies that show that one is correlated or related to the other. I haven't found that. But we can think about what some of that symptom might look like. And then also this, just another person sort of talking about the cost analysis, you know, that it takes a lot of resources to sort of train people in this program, but it far outweighs the cost of putting people into locked detention. And the benefits to the family, to the community, to the youth themselves far outweigh any of that. So, all right. We talked about all of that. So our take-home messages: recidivism is very low regardless, but particularly if someone successfully completes evidence-based treatment. And it doesn't have to be RPSB, CBT, it can be MST or other evidence-based treatments that are out there. The type of treatment makes the difference. The philosophy of that program has to be on development, on growth, on change, on making good choices. Those kinds of things are really important. We have to involve our caregivers. Caregivers are key to changing our youth regardless of their age. I've had youth in my group who are 18 years old and their caregivers participated with them. I've had youth in my group who were not living at home because they were living on their own as adults, but still had caregivers participating with them in group because their parents still mattered to them. And it was still important and they could still talk to their parents about what was going on with them. So those things are all important. Positive peer relationships are important. And that programs need to be developmentally appropriate treatment programs. We have to stop using treatment programs for adults. Relapse prevention programs do not work for youth because they do not go through a cycle where they groom or where they anticipate or where they put themselves in situations. It's not a relapse prevention. It is more of an impulse control treatment program, so that it's different motivations behind the behaviors. So we need different treatment programs that are designed for kids. So final messages: convey that the situation is serious, but don't make it all with doom and gloom that this is going to be your child's life forever and ever. We have to give them hope. We have to talk to them about safety and any additional supports that are necessary for that family to be able to be successfully engaged in treatment. And Trish, you did these resources once already today, so I don't see the need to kind of roll through them again, do you?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Any thoughts or questions on that?
So we have 7 minutes until break, and I'm going to start. Our next presentation was on ethical issues surrounding working with these youth. And so we had some scenarios built in, but we have a great question in the chat that I want to get back to from right before lunch, and we'll use that as our first scenario. But I think I can get through all of our slides prior to break that we were going to talk about before we started talking about scenarios. So all right, so as I've already mentioned, we have ethical situations in child maltreatment cases in general, and unfortunately there's a lot of gray around how to respond in a lot of these situations. So we're going to provide some overview for you really quickly about what are some of the things that we need to consider when we're faced with an ethical dilemma surrounding this population. When we talk about ethical decision-making, it sort of is in a triangular shape because we have our personal ethics and personal beliefs around how to respond to a certain situation. But if we're in our professional capacity, that is really sort of overshadowed by what our professional licensing board tells us what our ethical response is and kind of lays out the rules that we need to follow when we're responding to a certain situation. And then overarching, even above that professional responsibility due to our licensure, we have the law. And we all have to follow what the law is, or we could get ourselves into a really sticky predicament. So the law sort of oversees everything. And these are the considerations that we have to take into thought when we're faced with an ethical dilemma. So we have to be very careful about bringing our personal morals and beliefs into making a decision on how to respond to these children and families. For instance, if you're in a situation where you don't believe in premarital sex, but you have a client who is engaging in premarital sex, how are you going to deal with that situation? It could be that you decide this is not a case that you need to work with because your personal decisions and your personal morals are going to overstep their bounds and become an issue when you try to provide guidance to your particular client. So again, ethics, we get in a lot of situations where the answer is not right versus wrong. You just have to make the best decision. And how are you going to do that? What are you going to look at when you're trying to make that best decision? So what are your options? And making sure that you're keeping those personal biases and beliefs in mind when you're trying to determine the best options for a family that you're working with. What are the likely outcomes? If I make this decision and I go down this path, what is that outcome going to be for that child and family? What if I have this option? Thinking through what all those paths are that you can take and what that impact is going to be if you take that particular path. And then again, factoring in, okay, what are the rules and mandates of my particular profession or my licensing body? Where does mandated reporting come in? What does that look like in your state? Because it looks different in all states. What about informed consent? What are my confidentiality rules that I have to function within? And where does the buck stop? If you're making a decision about a placement for a child, for instance, is it me that makes that decision, or am I just funneling information to the agency that's going to make that final decision? Am I going to have the final say about whether or not this family participates in treatment, or is that somebody else that's going to have that final say? So where does that buck stop with the final decision regarding this family? And then some of the things that we have to consider when we're speaking about ethics, beneficence and non-malfeasance. So that's the obligation that we all have to do good through our actions and don't harm or minimize the harm that we do based on our actions. We have that fidelity and responsibility. So being aware of our responsibilities to society, to our profession, and upholding those standards of conduct that our licensing board may have put in place for my particular field of study. Following integrity, so being as accurate, honest, and truthful in our work and do what we say we're going to do. There's an overarching responsibility of justice when working with youth and families, so an obligation to treat all people that we come in contact equally, fairly, and impartially. And then having respect for people's rights and dignity. I think that's crucially important when we're in this field, and making sure that we are acknowledging those rights and acknowledging the dignity of the people that we work with and as we provide services to them. And then thinking about who is the client in this particular situation, and why are you working with this family, or why are you engaging with this family and this child? Are you engaged so you can provide support to the child with the problematic sexual behavior? Is it the parent? What we've been talking about is it really needs to be both in this situation. Or if we're working with the sibling, then how are we going to communicate with the person who's potentially working with the child that has that problematic sexual behavior? What is the responsibility in that case to your client as well as that other child? Are you reporting, are you the client? Is your client juvenile affairs or child welfare or the court? Are they telling you that you need to provide these services and you have to respond back to them? And is the way that you work with that child and family going to change depending on which role you're fulfilling as you move through this situation? And when professionals have different identified clients, how are you going to recognize the conflict that may come into play when you're in that situation? So we have developed some guiding principles on working with PSB. It was developed by our National Center that I've talked about before. And basically, we created these guidelines not to discredit any of the experience of the victims, but acknowledge that harm has been caused and how to discuss a plan for rehabilitation and to move forward to reduce the likelihood that any additional harm will be caused. And these guidelines are for a wide range of professions, and it's not in any means intended to replace the standards supported by other professional disciplines. So it looks like that brought us right up to our break time. We will have a 15-minute break, and then we'll go into those guiding principles when we get back, and then we'll talk about a couple of scenarios, and then we'll move into our final presentation. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So I love Calvin and Hobbes, and two, I love this cartoon because I think it reflects the difficulties of some of the ethical conversations that we have. And you realize nothing is as clear and simple as it first appears. Ultimately, knowledge is paralyzing. So then we can decide whether or not to move forward with our conversations regarding these issues. So I want to go over the guiding principles of working with children and youth with problematic sexual behavior. And I want us to all, we're going to have a couple of scenarios to talk about here in a second, and I would like us to all keep these in mind when we're discussing the scenarios. So we've talked a lot about utilizing developmentally appropriate approaches when working with these children and families. I know Renee mentioned that we have several different versions of the treatment that we provide. We have a preschool group, we have a school age group, we have a 13 and 14-year-old group, and then we have an adolescent group. While the general principles are the same, what we teach those children and teach those youth about sexual behavior rules and proper behavior and considerations when making decisions is different because they are at different developmental levels. So making sure that any information that we're sharing with these children and families is developmentally appropriate. Working within your community to identify a proper response and the strategies that you're going to take in order to streamline that process. And just how are you going to identify these cases in general? We don't want these cases to fall between the cracks because we know if the behavior isn't identified and clarified that it's likely to continue. Approaching each case as individual and unique as we move through working with these families. All of these cases are indeed different. And then avoiding those unnecessarily labels that could be damaging or harming to the psyche of the families that we're working with. Making sure to identify family and community factors that are within your own community because they change from site to site. And thinking about the needs of the entire family system of the child with PSB, as well as those impacted children. And I'm sorry, they have just decided to start hammering over my head. So I hope that this noise isn't affecting your ability to hear me too much. Making sure, again, that we're using a collaborative approach because it's crucial to have all the different agencies and people involved in this conversation. And providing high quality and holistic assessments as we move forward in working with these kids, as well as effective interventions and treatment. And identifying that transportation or work requirements or other issues, school requirements may cause some delay in the services. So being very flexible as we move forward with the continuum of service and what needs to be provided to these families. Making sure that everybody that's working with these kids and their families have training and qualifications, and making sure that we have effective practices and public policies in place as we support them. And a couple of other considerations in the ethical realm, when you're doing multidisciplinary collaboration, recognizing that everybody on the team that is representing a different discipline is going to have separate obligations, both to the agency that they're representing, as well as to their profession and potentially their licensing body. And so making sure also when we're in that multidisciplinary scenario that we're treating everybody with respect and we're acting professionally, and making sure that nobody identifying that, as we've mentioned multiple times throughout the presentation today, that this is a very complex issue. And so trying to address these issues with just one professional or one agency, it's beyond our scope. We need the help of everybody that's at the table and everybody on the team to provide support as we're pushing through these complex situations, and making sure that we're balancing all of our responsibilities, values, knowledge, skills, and goals within our own role on the team. And while sometimes child welfare is ultimately responsible for the safety of the child, we have to have good relationships across the professionals. But we also recognize that the relationships are not always equal with respect to the family involved. So back to that question about where does the buck stop? Who is making the final decisions for these families or with these families? Sometimes it's child welfare, sometimes it's juvenile services. So just making sure that we are providing them the respect and the support they need as they move forward in laying out the expectations of this child and family. And then when we're in that multidisciplinary collaboration, what are some of the considerations that we need to think about, particularly around ethical dilemmas? What are defining the parameters of that ethical scenario? So what are the specific entities that are involved? What do you have to do based on your role within that team and your role in working with that child and family? And then what would you like to do? And how do those balance? Because sometimes what you have to do and what you want to do are not the same things. And how is that going to play out? And how are you going to make that decision? And then your parameters in your role, what can you do? And based on your role, what should you do? Kind of that have to do and like to do, but in a little bit of a different light. And then thinking about the possible tactics that you can use when you answer those questions to attack the problem at hand. So here was our question from the chat. And she threw it out there for discussion at some point today. So I'm throwing it out to everybody on the call right now. So what are some of your thoughts when you read this scenario, thinking about our guiding principles, thinking about what you've learned today? What do you think about these two children having contact? And how are you gonna, what is the message that you're gonna provide to the family? Anybody out there have any thoughts? Willing to talk about it? Oh, you're muted, Sharon.
I was actually just reading it to myself.
Oh. Anybody willing to drop a thought in the chat? Whoops. Stop touching it. Okay, stop touching my mouse.
I have an initial thought.
Sure, what is it?
It's something that I feel like we kind of already tell parents, but increasing line of sight supervision. So, you know, if these two children need to be in contact, let's say for like a family function, then the adults need to be intentional about like supervising and making sure those children aren't spending time alone together or, you know, with other children. That's my first initial thought when looking at this.
That's perfect. I thought your first initial thought was going to be, I don't want to be involved in this situation because it's really difficult. But I appreciate the thoughtfulness of your response. That's right. Do they never have to have contact again? No. But should we be mindful about how to keep everybody safe that might be involved in this situation? We had a couple of comments in the chat too. Children need to understand the boundaries and parent must use line of sight supervision. Great, absolutely agree with that. And the teen should not have unsupervised contact with the child. The victim should be open to spending time around him. I think you ought to take that victim's thoughts and feelings into consideration as well. If they're uncomfortable being around that teenager for whatever reason, then I think that's something that can be talked through. Right, assess the child's comfort, right, perfect. These are great suggestions.
Sorry,
Renee,
Trish.
you look like you're gonna throw something in.
I was trying, my unmute button had disappeared, so I left you hanging there while I was trying to figure out how the heck I was gonna unmute myself, but I figured it out.
Oh, well,
All
good.
all my buttons are gone off my computer, but yeah. Are they willing to do therapy? Yeah, what is the ethical, what do you guys see as sort of the ethical conundrum here? What's the problem? Do we see any ethical issues?
Having affiliation with the whole family. So in therapy, I think it should kind of be utilized as a reunification model. So the client should be separate and then joined together afterwards.
Yeah, a lot of times what we like to do in these cases is to have in this particular situation, have the teen involved in treatment, but also have the impacted child involved in treatment. And the decision to reunify is guided by how the impacted child is doing. So how they're doing in therapy, what their therapist reports is really our first step in. It doesn't matter how much everybody else in the family wants to reunify, unless that child wants it and unless they're ready for it, it doesn't happen. So I think, yeah, the first sort of concern here is that nobody at this point is getting treatment because I'm assuming that DHS has closed this case with no guidance because the parents didn't do anything that they would be held responsible for. Am I accurate in that decision? That the child welfare can't hold the parent responsible for the child's behavior if they didn't know or shouldn't have known that this child might engage in this behavior. Is that accurate or not accurate?
I should have said, like, I'm the child victim therapist, so the child victim is in therapy.
Okay.
And then and this happens all the time, the alleged perpetrator teen is not in any kind of treatment. His family is not acknowledging that there's a problem. And yet, the families, they could be uncles, cousins, the families then are presented with a big conflict because do they have contact between the victim and the teen? If the teen is not admitted or gone to any kind of therapy, because the alternative seems to be then the family have to experience a cutoff. So I don't know that there's any answer to that question, but it seems to happen a lot.
And the question is which child also experiences the cutoff? Because if no one is believing that this happened in the youth's family, then is the youth's family going to say, well, we're not going to show up for these family gatherings? Or is it going to be the child who's been impacted by that victimization, whose family is going to have to say, we can't go because no one believes that this happened and that supervision isn't going to happen appropriately. So that child ends up being not only the victim of the problematic sexual behavior impacted by it, but also now loses that family connection in addition.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. That's a tough situation because families feel like they need to take sides, right?
Yep. And they need, obviously they want to do what's best for the victim child, the victim's family, but it's hard to know how to direct them.
Yeah, yeah.
And I do like the suggestions. Again, once the victim is open to potentially being in the same location as the teen, then having a conversation with the parents of both children and seeing if they can come to an agreement that, we're going to make sure that there's supervision all the time, line of sight supervision. The child would not be alone with that teenager at any point. and seeing if they can come to an agreement on that. That would be out of your realm, Teresa, since you're not going to have contact with that teen's parents, but you know, encouraging that kind of conversation to take place. But it's a difficult conversation to have.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't know whose scenario this is, but this often happens. And what we tend to do at the site where I'm stationed at is empower the family to make the best decisions. So those skills can transfer to the child, because I think if we don't, we're sending a mixed message where you can hurt me and make me feel uncomfortable. Time will pass and we can just be together again. So kind of, you know, empowering them, removing the guilt and the shame, and empowering them to make good, healthy decisions for their future might be more beneficial. Because in actuality, you know, not joining together might be something that's realistically appropriate until that other child can get help or at all.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's one of the reasons that we encourage everybody to look at these cases individually as a case-by-case scenario, because none of these situations are going to be cookie cutter, and none of them are going to be able to have the same response. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions? It's one of those really difficult ethical conundrums that we run into, and the response could be different depending on your location. Could be that child welfare had a different response to this, and then you'd have a different situation to deal with.
In some situations, child welfare might not have taken this report and it would have become a law enforcement referral, and law enforcement would have been involved, which might also play out differently.
It's almost better in that scenario if law enforcement does get involved, because then the child can be mandated into, the offending child can be mandated into some kind of treatment.
Yeah, I want to just, I know I'm a stickler for this, but I want to be mindful of our language, because I'm seeing a lot of words around like perpetrator, et cetera, that kind of thing. Let's try and stick with youth with problematic sexual behavior or youth with illegal sexual behaviors, and then the impacted child, because not all children who are impacted by this victimization consider themselves to be victims. And we don't want to label someone and make them into a victim if they're not feeling that. So we talk about impacted because they're impacted by that behavior. We can also refer to the youth with the problematic sexual behavior as the exhibiting child, the child who's exhibited that behavior. And those, just because when we start labeling people with words like offender and perpetrator, et cetera, what we end up doing is kind of changing how we're looking at them as kids. And it can change actual outcomes. We know language matters, and that once a child is labeled that way, even in a report to the court tends to respond in a much harsher manner to the youth with problematic sexual behavior if they're labeled as a youthful offender as opposed to a youth with problematic sexual behavior. We just want to kind of be mindful about the language. Thank you.
Which actually plays into our next scenario. But now I was moving it around, now I can't. All right, so you're a newer member of a multidisciplinary team, and during an MDT meeting, a family's case is brought up in which an adolescent engaged in PSB toward a younger sibling. During the team discussion, you hear multiple partners using terminology like perp and pedophile to describe the teen. Any thoughts on how to handle that situation?
I think reminding our fellow MDT members about the importance of language and how we are viewing children would be appropriate in a situation like that, and or just using the appropriate language when we choose to speak up in those moments.
Perfect, thank you.
Love those suggestions.
I actually have a friend that is on an MDT, and she said now that every time anybody on their MDT uses the word mini pedophile or mini perp, that she opens her mouth and automatically everybody goes, oh, sorry. So even though they're still using the language, they're making small incremental steps to recognize now, even before she speaks, that they misspoke and they need to fix it. So thank you, Tina. I really appreciate that suggestion. We have different teams that we are part of, and we talk about every once in a while. Can you give us 5 minutes at the beginning of the class, or the beginning of the meeting, and let us talk about how we refer to these children, and make sure that we remind everybody that they are youth and that we need to work with them and be respectful with the language that we use. And it just is a reminder, particularly if you have new members on the team, about how you're going to address and work with these groups of kids. Any other thoughts? We have several other scenarios.
I just wanted to jump in.
Please do.
As a supervisor of sex abuse investigations, we tend to use perpetrators because that's what the law uses. That's the language that the law uses. So it's you know, I'm glad that who was it? Renee brought that to our attention, because I will, going forward, watch my language as a part of the MDT as a social worker, because I can use less stereotypic language. But you know, without some of our MDT partners, because the law uses their language, it's a little hard to get away from, especially when we're presenting reports.
Yeah, we actually have
who the players are, the parties are.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Use perpetrator as per law.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. We actually have a state that is working to change. So the way their child welfare reports come through, they have the alleged perpetrator is the person who's identified, and they, in their state, they do take child-on-child reports to their child welfare system, and then they funnel to the DA, and then the DA refers out for treatment or for prosecution. And they are actually trying to change their state law so that when it's a youth case, when it's a child-on-child, a problematic sexual behavior case, that the word perpetrator is removed from the report. Because when parents get copies of that report, it says perpetrator. And that in and of itself can be stigmatizing for the family whose child it is that engaged in that behavior. So we're trying to actually change the state laws around that, which is important.
And you know, it can be a long process to change everybody's mindset and to change everybody's behavior. And I think you're right, Shaveen, when it's in the law like that, it just automatically makes sense to refer to them as that. But I think reminding everybody the impact of what would the impact to your own self-esteem be if somebody referred to you as that constantly, and just reminding everybody that language does make a difference, and how we can overcome that within at least the setting of our MDT when we utilize that correct language. We had an inpatient unit here in Oklahoma that we worked with several years ago, because we discovered that when kids went inpatient, or I'm sorry, it was a delinquent facility. So when the kids were confined to that delinquent facility, if they had inappropriate sexual behavior, their shirts that they wore had SO and whatever their number was. So, and everybody in the facility knew that SO was sex offender. So if you were sex offender 127, you wore that shirt constantly, day in and day out. And the impact that had on those kids, I can't even imagine how devastating that would be. So we worked pretty closely with that facility. Not only that, but those kids were singled out by the other kids in the facility because of their actions. And so we worked really hard with that facility to identify that we needed to use better language and that they did not need to be singled out. Now, while internally the facility needed to make decisions about where they were going to be housed and if there was going to be anybody in the room with them, et cetera, that did not have to be broadcast to all the other kids that were in there with them. So any other thoughts? So I think we're gonna, Renee, do you agree? There are other scenarios that are included in this PowerPoint, and if anybody would like to take them and have discussions among yourselves at your own agency, please feel free to do so. But I think we're gonna go ahead and move forward to our last topic, if you agree with that, Renee.
Perfect.
Okay, give me a second to pull that up. So we wanted to focus on growing community partnerships, on identifying and responding to these youth as our last topic of the day, because we have representation from so many different disciplines. We think that this is a crucial conversation to have. So again, we've talked about all the different agencies and players that will come into contact with these kids. And we did talk about our guiding principles, so we can skip over that. But talking about how can professionals help from different disciplines, again, facilitating that multidisciplinary conversation and collaboration, creating memorandums of understanding between all the agencies that respond to these kids, so everybody's on the same page. So when this happens, this is what we're going to do. When this happens, this is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to respond. Although maybe a little bit out of the scope of what you may or may not be able to do at some point, depending on your role, providing therapists to make sure that they're receiving levels of reimbursement for evidence-based services. That's always a continual issue and a discussion we're having in Oklahoma as well. And supporting having a developmentally focused juvenile justice system approach to youth with PSB. So, and then being very mindful about disallowing methods that we know could potentially be harmful to children. So applying the methodology and treatment that is utilized with adult sex offenders has been shown to actually be harmful to teens and children. So not recommending that type of treatment, or understanding that that kind of treatment can be harmful, and trying to implement some barriers around that being provided to children within your community. Talking about with your juvenile justice and your child welfare, what are some things that we could incorporate into the treatment plan for these children and families that would help enhance the safety around these children? And thinking about what options are going to be the best fit, looking at the risks, the needs, and the protective factors, and if possible, making use of that diversion process. So particularly with juvenile services or the criminal side of things. So we're going to tell you that if you participate in this treatment or you get treatment around this issue, that we will not file charges. But if you do not follow up with that treatment, then the charges will be filed. That can be a lot of times it's helpful to have that outside agency, whether it's child welfare or juvenile services, kind of putting the teeth behind getting the services that are needed, and then allowing that agency to provide the services. And also creating practices that allow for appropriately triaging to find the pathway that fits them best. And making sure that everybody's on board regarding how important it is to engage caregivers in this system and the coordinated care for the youth. Identifying the least restrictive level of care. Renee talked about that, and making sure that that level of care is consistent with community safety. And then spreading the word and educating people that community and home-based interventions are generally safe overall and effective in working with these kids. If there has to be an out-of-home placement, it should be as short in duration as possible. And caregiver involvement still needs to be maximized, even if they're not placed in the home at the time.
I have to tell you, Trish, the hammering that's going on in your office sounds like you're emphasizing these points as you're making them.
That I asked them to hammer above my head specifically for that purpose. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And then again, if they have to go inpatient, making sure that that inpatient facility recognizes how to keep those kids safe and maximize the safety in their situation as well. So
You wanna
Renee, do I pass off to you here?
You want to just click the slides for me? It might be easier.
Yep.
Okay,
Sure.
let's do that. That way we don't waste time with me switching back. All right, so a community change team. We talk about community change teams when we talk about how do we get our communities working with these youth. And essentially what that means is really pulling together everybody who, if you'll pardon the pun and the unintended bad joke, anybody that might potentially touch one of these kids or touch one of these cases. So who within your community might you want to have come together as part of your community change team? Obviously, all of you that are here because you're interested in this topic and have shown up for a reason, but be thinking about, do we need school personnel involved? Do we need our court systems involved, our probation systems involved? Any residential or treatment facilities within our community, do they need to be coming to the table? You know, we really need to sort of pull everybody together so that we can get a full picture of what is happening in these cases. And what you're seeing in front of you is we sat with a team like this within my community where I was working. And we said, so what's the system? How does this work? Like if we have a disclosure of problematic sexual behavior and there's no law enforcement or child protective involved, what's the process? If there's a CPS hotline made and it's been accepted, what is the process? And what if it's just a law enforcement only case and there's no child welfare involvement because it didn't happen within the home? What is the situation? What is the case? And we outlined that process and we said, where are our barriers? Where are our stumbling blocks? Where are our gaps in services? And you see these lightning bolts in here. And this is really where we have these gaps in services. So if we have no law enforcement or no child protective services involved, then the first thing that needs to happen is we need to decide, did a report need to be made, but one wasn't made. So a family comes to us for treatment and they report it to us themselves. We may then be in a position where we need to hotline this case, or we need to make a report in some way because it should have been reported, but somehow the system didn't pick up on it. So that's one thing that we thought we needed to do. But while that's happening, we would become liable and responsible for putting a safety plan in place, right? Because now we're aware of the situation, so we have to help this family assure safety within their home. So that's something that we needed to talk about. We also had some confusion on our team about whether or not kids are chargeable or not chargeable. And in New York State, kids were not chargeable under the age of 10. So we could work with those kids and do an intake with those kids right away without having to worry about them incriminating themselves in any way. And so that was easy. But when they were over 10, the question was, do we become involved with them or do we defer until when? Till someone decides they're going to make a report and law enforcement's going to decide not to take it. And then we can work with them. Like, how do we make that call when no systems are involved at this point? Because we don't want to set people up to create a record and then have someone make a report. And now we have all this information. So there was some real stumbling blocks for us, right? And then what about if the impacted child's family contacts us, but the child who exhibited that behavior resides in a different home and in a different family? We can't legally reach out to and offer our services to them, but we now have identified that there's a youth in our community who's engaged in problematic sexual behavior, but we have no way of reaching out to them and no way of contacting them to let them know about our services because they're protected, right? We can't know about that. So those were some stumbling blocks we came across in our community. And if you sit with your community and you look at this and you look at this process, I'm sure you'll come up with sort of similar ones. When we talked about just law enforcement only, law enforcement was like, we have no idea how to develop safety plans. We don't develop safety plans. We're not trained on that. what are we supposed to do if there's nobody else involved? If CPS isn't involved, they're the ones who are do our safety plans, they're the ones who put safety contracts in place. And so, you know, we had to talk with them about how they could refer to us. We would help them with those safety plans, et cetera. And then if we think about child protective and law enforcement are maybe involved, how do you decide who needs a forensic interview and where that forensic interview happens? And do all children who've engaged in problematic sexual behavior need a forensic interview? What if there's no allegation that they've been a victim of any sort? Remember, it used to be a common belief that if a child engaged in problematic sexual behavior, they've been a victim of sexual abuse, but we've debunked that myth. So what are we referring this kid for an interview for if we don't have any allegations of abuse? And so National Children's Alliance is in the process of putting out a document to that effect to help us make those decisions and determinations about when should a child with problematic sexual behavior be referred for a forensic interview, and what do you then do in that interview process? One of the things that we often did in our interview process, if the youth was there because there was reason to believe they had been a victim themselves, is that we would tell them at the very beginning of the interview that we were only there to talk about things that may have happened to them, and that we did not want to talk in the forensic interview about any behaviors that they themselves may have engaged in. Because again, we didn't want to create a record and have these kids incriminate themselves. And in doing so, you know, that sometimes created some confusion for our team members. So we had to do some training around this. And so maybe giving some thought on your own teams about how that's going to look and how you guys work through that stuff is important. But if the youth then started talking about behaviors they'd engaged in, as a forensic interviewer, I would physically stop them in the interview. I'd say, oh, wait a minute, remember we talked in the beginning that we only want to talk about things that may or may not have happened to you. We don't want to talk about anything that you've done. So although that's important to talk about, that's not what we're here to talk about today. Because I didn't want to shut them down and shame them, yet I also didn't want them to incriminate themselves. So it's important to kind of walk that line. So we went through this and sort of figured out as a team, where were our barriers? Where were our gaps in services? What kinds of things did we need to work on and come up with? And that's some of the things that we did. I'm trying to change the slide, Trish, but I can't clearly because it's
Oh, yeah, that's me.
like I'm clicking and clicking and clicking, but nothing. All right.
So again, is this me or you?
You can go
Okay.
for it, what, my dear.
Okay, so we've already talked about our website and the resources that are there. This is a symposium that we're having next February 22nd through 24th, 2023, sorry about that, in Norman, Oklahoma. And that is the link to 2023.
It's February 21st through 23rd of 2023.
Sorry, we forgot to, this was the one that got canceled due to COVID, but
Yes.
the link should still work. So if you're interested in attending the symposium, please feel free to do so. We have already talked about all of these resources. So one of the things that we would like for you guys.
Can I interrupt one more
Sure.
second? There's another
Yeah.
resource that we don't have up here that I want to give you guys if you want to write it down. It's actually https://oneop, ONEOP.org.
Why don't you
OneOp,
drop that in the chat too,
I will.
Renee, when you're finished?
OneOp is actually an education network for military families, but we've done a whole series of webinars with them that are free to the public. And they're webinars on problematic sexual behavior, on culture. There's webinars on adolescent development. There's webinars on what is PSB. They might be great things for your team to watch, or if you have personal interest in watching any of these for professional development. So the military has a whole storage of them. So if you go to that website and then you just put in the search bar PSB, it'll take you to their whole series of webinars on that. And I will put that in the chat for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Renee. So one of the things, we have a little activity for you guys to work on for a few minutes this afternoon. And we have worked with different communities across the US talking about how do we determine where we stand in responding to these children and families. So we call it our house activity. And it literally is a house. And we've divided the house into 3 floors. Depending on who you talk to, The bottom floor is either the basement or the first floor. So we have differing opinions about that. But either way, it's either the first floor or the basement, which is the foundation of making sure that you have a system in place in order to respond to these families. And it's the first floor is based on a lot of what we talked about today regarding agency and community stakeholders and how you're going to respond and work with these youth and families. The second floor focuses more on the treatment and families' engagement in that treatment. And then the attic is focused on the clinical program itself and the things and changes that need to be made in order to make sure you're responding appropriately. So what we're asking you guys to do is look at the first floor of this house and think about where your community falls into being ready to work with these children and families. So is it green? We are successful and we have implemented this and everything is good to go. Or is it yellow? We have a little bit of progress in this area, but we still have a long way to go. Or is it red and that we didn't even think about that and we have no response to that particular area. So the first floor in particular is what we're going to be asking you guys to discuss. So is there a referral system in your area? Are there people within your team that are considered the local experts? Are the agency that you represent actively and effectively creating strategies to promote retention of staff, because we know turnover can really impact the ability to respond to children and families in a timely manner. Have the agencies within your community developed a cooperative approach for addressing youth with PSB? That's the particular issue we want you to have a discussion about. And are there guidelines and procedures in place for those referrals and communication to take place? And I think those are the two that are most important for this afternoon. But the other things that we ask people to talk about is, are you actively educating your referral sources about youth with PSB? Have you addressed that language issue? Do you have collaborative relationships with key community stakeholders? Are all the agencies that are involved with these children and families actually being responsive? So second floor, you can look at it later. The attic, you can look at it later. So we're asking you to have a conversation when we break you into your small groups about what can we do within our community to take steps in making sure that we're responding as a community to these kids and their families. We've increased collaboration and communication with all the agencies that we need to. So think about what small thing could you put in place that would be able to be measured and be able to be implemented or not work. We will be able to determine if it's working or not working within 3 months' time. So what is some small plan that we could put in place that we could implement and make sure that it's working in a small time frame? And then how are we going to make sure it's working? And then if it's not working, how are we going to make adjustments to that? Or are we going to change what we need to do in order to improve this process within our community? So what we want you to talk about when you go into your small groups is what next steps can you or your agency or your community take after today to make sure you're responding appropriately to these children and their families, and what short-term goals can you set that will help put that process into motion? So I would say, gosh, we have 30 minutes left. So I say we break you into small groups for the next 15 minutes, and then we'll come back, or I don't know, 20 minutes, Renee, do you think?
Let's do 15 so we can save some room for questions too, if there's any at the end.
Okay. All right. So let's break for the and come back at 3:45 from our breakout. 3:45 from our breakout rooms, and have a discussion about any ideas you guys might have regarding your communities. So I believe that Sharon is going to open our breakouts for us.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It'll just be automatic, everyone. And then for the hosts, if you end up in a breakout room, just feel free to come back to the main room.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody
All right.
understand?
Thank you.
Everybody understand your marching orders. You're going to take everything that you've learned today and come up with one small change that you think that you could make in your community that would benefit you in the arena of problematic sexual behavior. Okay?
All
Thank you
right,
for
here we-
summarizing.
Yep. You can stop sharing, Tricia, if you want. Might make it easier.
Oh, yes, I can.
I'm just going to say not now for joining the room. How does that sound? And I'll just stay
Yeah,
here.
that's what I did. Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't sure. Sometimes I feel like I have been at times added automatically into a room. So I'm always like, let's just see how this shakes out.
Yeah.
So, good.
I guess we know who's not at their computer anymore.
Yeah. This is a good way to find out. Hey, Crystal.
I'm still here. I'm listening.
We know you're here.
I'm
We got
here. I'm checking to see who didn't go and messaging folk. Like, are y'all paying attention?
So hopefully this was the information that you wanted and were interested in.
Yeah, it's been very, very
Absolutely,
good.
Absolutely.
Great.
All right, looks like most folks, and a couple groups that don't have people or that they didn't join, but
So how did you determine who you invited to participate?
so we have an MDT list actually of our partners and our mental health partners as well. So it has all the folks who are part of that. So that list went out to them, or the invite went out to them, and then we actually posted it to our LinkedIn page as well, with all the information. So I believe some folks who weren't even on the email list also registered. So we do
Oh,
it two
that's awesome.
ways. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's a good way to get folks, you know, from the outside community connected to PCA, and then also for our MDT to be well taken care of initially.
And you're located in Philly, correct?
Correct. Yep.
I've only been there once, but I really enjoyed it.
Maybe one day we'll get back to in-person.
It looks like Shavine is in need of help. Did that message pop up for you all as well?
No.
No? Okay. Just
No.
Mm-mm.
let me go in and see what's going on. I'll be back.
Are you tracking time, Trish? Is
What?
somebody-
Oh,
Somebody tracking time?
yeah.
Crystal's on it. I love it. Thank you, Crystal.
Oh, I know what time we told them to come back. I wasn't looking minute by minute, but
I often do that. We'll take 15 minutes and then I'm like, oh, when did I send them?
oh, it was easy because it was almost on the hour, but we said they were going to come back at 45 after. So we gave them a couple of extra minutes.
Okay. Oh, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You're muted.
There we go. Sounds like some folks are having difficulty with like not remembering the question. So I'm just going to broadcast broadcast a message to everyone and see if I can do that with the question that you asked. Yeah, so what was, can you just repeat the question for me, Renee?
Given everything that you've learned today, what is one small thing that you can do to bring change to your community or in the arena of PSB?
Community or arena, you said?
Yeah, word it however you will.
Community arena, sorry, I forgot the very last part.
Problematic
To
sexual behavior.
To impact?
Yeah.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Someone was going to say, I'm not sure what to do. Let me pause.
This meeting is being recorded.
I think I've heard that verbal thing before.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
We're still populating. Hold up. We're only at,
We are.
yeah.
We are. I was just saying hi to the people that were already here.
Nice to see everybody's faces.
It is.
I always feel like that, you know, that old TV show, I'll date myself here, Welcome Back, Kotter. I feel like we should be playing Welcome Back when people are coming back from breakout rooms, just in the background.
I do. Well, I want somebody to go, ooh, 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 ooh. Wasn't it Arnold that did that? I want to answer.
It was Horshack.
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 Horshack, yes.
Yeah.
I think his name was Arnold, was it not?
Was it Arnold Horshack?
Horshack?
Arnold Horshack.
Well done.
John Travolta does not look like that anymore. I'll just add to the conversation.
Benny Ballerino.
Yes.
I'm not the only one dating myself today.
My hair does it for me.
Me too.
As does mine. It's a beautiful shade of gray these days.
I'm surprised
All right.
Genevieve didn't sing the song.
I am in my mind, don't worry.
Do you sing? Because I welcome that.
No, I don't sing, but I know words.
All right, well, we're down to our last few minutes together, so we'd love to hear about any ideas that any of your small groups came up with or any personal goals that you've set for yourself to make a small change within your community and working with this population. Anybody willing to drop it in the chat if they don't want to unmute themselves?
I'll unmute.
Okay, awesome.
So one of the ideas that I shared, I work at PCA and I know that we track data for a number of different things. So one of the ideas that I thought of on the CAC level is tracking the cases that come in. And I'm sorry, I know we had our reminder about language. So if I chop it up, it's not intentional. But I know we had you talked about potentially tracking cases that come in for PSB, youth that struggle with PSB and seeing, you know, tracking those cases to see if they got referred for services, how long they were in those services, and, you know, that was one idea. And for the first part of that question, I feel like at PCA, we do have one therapist, and I feel like across the city, JJPI is one agency that everyone talks about and everyone wants to refer to, but I oftentimes feel like they get overburdened with referrals if they're the only place in the city that can address the needs of youth. So I feel like we are on a great start to do that work, but I feel like we couldn't be doing more. So I think that answered both the questions that we talked about in the small groups.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And
And
again,
since-
it's just small steps, right? Tracking how many referrals do you get? What are you doing with them? Where are they going? That's a really important thing to know. I'm sorry, Renee, I interrupted you.
I was just gonna say, there's a couple things that were put in the chat too. Paying attention to warning signs and knowing how to respond is important. And Dan, help me understand focused on language and adding infographics on developmental stages of sexual appropriateness. Tell me what you mean by the second half of that.
In order to help educate families on language, just helping them understand developmentally appropriate sexual behaviors with, just small infographics or things that could be used in like lobbies or with, in therapy sessions, providing information to families so that they're aware. It was not my idea. I won't take credit for it, but it was one of the members of the group. So.
Great. Thank you for that. Train more providers. Yes, love that one. Our group focused on accessibility of services and navigating insurance coverage. Our goal we discussed was utilizing schools and after-schools programs as sources of support in the meantime. Fantastic. Making services more accessible to families regardless to the parents' income, as long as families meet the service need. Yeah, there's been a real movement sort of across the country to make insurance companies recognize that when you're providing evidence-based treatment, that it's more time consuming than non-evidence-based treatment, that the training takes longer. And so to reimburse at a higher rate when you take the time to learn an evidence-based treatment and meet fidelity in that treatment, that you then deserve a higher rate of payment back, which would be important so that more providers would be incentivized to take time out of their workday, which sometimes means take money out of their pockets to get trained and to reach fidelity in these programs. So appreciate that. More agencies willing to provide services to children who have problematic sexual behavior so that there are more options instead of punishments through the courts. I love that idea. Yeah. They know that we're doing the best we can to train people, and then to also train people within agencies so we don't have to keep training the same agencies over and over again. And eventually those agency trainers can become regional trainers to train peoples within your own communities. So there's a whole plan that we're working on at Oklahoma to expand our training capacity for sure. So, yeah.
Any other thoughts or
questions,
comments?
Comments?
Questions? Mental health partner agencies. And we have trained a variety of community mental health agencies, as well as CACs who provide behavioral health services within their CAC. So really it's just the agency that has the capacity to have the therapists that have the time and support of their agency to participate in the program.
And I know you guys are in Philly proper, but I also know Nova offers problematic sexual behavior treatment. So if you ever have anybody in that area, Nova is also a provider that's been trained by us. They're one of our current teams.
All right, 7 minutes to spare. Any final questions before we sign off? We really appreciate your attention today and your investment in sticking with us for day. I know it's hard to do Zoom I'm ready for some in-person interaction. So it's hard sometimes to hang in there for 6 hours of training on Zoom, but we appreciate all of you that made it through. And our contact information is located on the last slide, I think, on not all of the PowerPoints, at least a few of them. So you can reach out to us if you have any thoughts or questions after this training is over, and wish you the best of luck as you move forward in making small changes within your community and working with this population.
Great. Thank you so much, Renee and Tricia. I just wanted to say really quickly, so to answer the question, yes, there is CEUs available for this training. The certificate is going to actually be emailed to everyone. Crystal is going to put a link for a survey. It should take you no more than 3 minutes into the chat. So if you could just copy that link into your browser, you'll be able to answer that. And if anyone did not do the sign-in sheet, just please send me an email. My email is splattered all over all of the Eventbrite information, so you should definitely be able to get a hold of me so that I can give you credit for attending today. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating. And Trisha, Renee, any final thoughts? No,
I
all
don't think so.
right,
We'll
great.
hang out. We'll hang out for a few minutes in case anybody wants to ask a question with not so many people watching.
Great. Thank you all so much. Have the great rest of your Thursday.
Thank you, everybody. Please fill out those evaluations. Trish and I use them to improve our presentations. Thank you.
Yes.